cannot do anything right now if we don't have full control.
The fight to give control of the Baltimore Police Department to the city continues this morning. The concerns now surrounding the mayor and the will of voters. Plus, a final decision today on the future of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, how we got here, and what comes next.
Had some rain showers yesterday, leftover moisture this morning in the form of cloud cover. We'll talk about what we can expect later today.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday, February 28th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast on the last day of meteorological winter.
That is correct, Megan. Good morning. And we had the rain that rolled in yesterday afternoon, even into some of the overnight hours. Left over right now, as we look outside, we definitely have some of the wet roads out there and those low clouds that are hanging around as well. Temperature-wise, not too bad. We're seeing 30s and lower 40s for Woodlawn and Baltimore over to Dundalk. 39 in Essex, 38 your temp currently in Towson. So a cloudy and cool morning. Actually, we'll get some more sun later today. It will be a bit breezy as well, and temperatures that will actually slide back into the above average category. Mostly for your morning drive, it will be cloudy with temperatures in the 40s, but we're done with the rain for now. We'll talk about our next chance for rain in just a little bit. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Taking a look at our roads, we've got your Lens Solar traffic network up, and very quiet look from Towson here this morning. A little bit of wet roads out there, so be mindful of that if you're getting up on the early side, but otherwise, not too bad. We begin this morning in a city in crisis 3 months after voters overwhelmingly approved a measure giving Baltimore full control of the city police department. Baltimore still does not have that control. For more than a century, the state has controlled the city police department. The mayor has long promised to change. But even though the voters have spoken, the mayor appears to be in no rush to implement it. At a hearing earlier this month, the mayor announced that it could be late this year before the control is finally implemented. At a city council meeting last night, council members gave unanimous approval to a resolution calling on the state to transfer control sooner rather than later.
We want to make sure that happens in June of 2023, not December 2023 and not 2024. Again, the voters have spoken. We need to make that happen June.
Well, there are currently 2 bills in Annapolis calling for the transfer of control. One calls for it to happen on June 1st. The other calls for it to happen in October of next year. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Today, the Baltimore City School Board is set to decide the fate of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. The school is at risk of losing its charter over what the school calls technicalities. City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises is recommending the school stay open, saying it has improved. Despite that, the board could not reach a decision during a meeting last week. Fox 45 News will bring you the board's decision both on air and online. Councilman Robert Stokes also announcing the council will hold an oversight hearing on Baltimore City Public Schools following a Project Baltimore report showing 23 city schools where 0 students of those tested are proficient in math. It will take place on April 6th, 2 months after news broke of the report. We know the council has acted quicker than that on other issues. Last year, the council took just 3 weeks to pass a bill lowering the amount of time that city leaders need to spend in office to receive a pension. It was in response to voters approving term limits on the November ballot. Mayor Brandon Scott vetoed the bill. 4:33 and a federal judge sets a date for Marilyn Mosby's trial. Jury selection is set to start on October 31st. The trial itself will begin November 2nd. The former city state's attorney faces 4 federal charges related to vacation home purchases in Florida, including perjury and making false statements on a loan application. An update now this morning in the case against a former Gilman teacher accused of sexually assaulting students. A Baltimore County grand jury has indicted Christopher Bendon on 16 charges, including rape, sex abuse, and solicitation of a minor. According to charging documents, the allegations came to light when a former 8th grade student came forward saying that Bendon began sexually abusing him when he was 15. That victim also said that Bendon would give him and his friends rides home after they had been drinking because they didn't want to tell their parents. In exchange for the rides, the victim said that Bendon would make them run around naked. According to charging documents, other victims shared similar accounts about the rides, stripping down and requests for pictures. Bendon was a teacher at Gilman from 2007 up until this year. You can find more on the allegations on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Developing this morning, Councilman Zeke Cohen, along with council members James Torrance and Odette Ramos, are introducing a new bill to protect renters in Baltimore City. It would require the Department of Housing to identify apartment buildings in Baltimore with the biggest problems, like rats and broken elevators, to be subject to building inspections twice a year and hold landlords accountable.
Let me be clear. This is not an anti-landlord bill. This is an anti-slumlord bill. The vast majority of property owners in Baltimore operate responsibly.
Well, the bill still has a while before it comes to a vote. A committee will work through it first. The origins of the coronavirus, a main topic of discussion among lawmakers. The push now to reveal more information. Plus, we've got warmer weather on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we could see temperatures close to the 70s. Time now 4:36. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Welcome back. 4:38 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Had some of those rain showers that rolled through and even getting snow in the northeast here. That actually moved in yesterday and still getting some of that snow at this time. But we're done with the moisture, at least for now. Still some cloud cover out there. Grab a jacket as you make your way out and the sunglasses, because later today we are going to see more of that sunshine. You won't need the umbrella today, but there is a day later this week where we'll have to get that rain gear back out, and we'll talk about it in my full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. It is 4:39, and on the path forward, the White House emphasizes there is no consensus within the U.S. government about the origins of COVID-19. And this comes after a classified intelligence report from the U.S. Department of Energy found the COVID-19 pandemic likely came from a lab leak in China. Sources tell the Wall Street Journal the Energy Department made the judgment with low confidence. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says investigations into the origin of the virus are ongoing.
We really do want to know what happened here, because the president wants to make sure that we're postured to prevent any future pandemics, or if not prevent them, to be able to get farther along ahead of them. So we're working very hard to understand this as best we can.
The department was previously undecided on how the virus emerged, but they now join the FBI in saying that it likely spread via a mishap at a Chinese lab. 4 other U.S. agencies, as well as a national intelligence panel, believe that the virus was the result of natural transmission. Here's the latest on Maryland's fight against the pandemic. The state has recorded 10 more deaths in the past 24 hours. 576 new infections have also been recorded. The state's positivity rate continues to go down, now at 7.3%. 371 people are hospitalized across all of Maryland hospitals for the virus.
They already collect your data, now may charge you for that blue check. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. How much it could cost you to get a blue check on Facebook.
Plus, fighting juvenile crime, top of mind for lawmakers. The bill's being supported by both Republicans and Democrats. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
This morning on the National Desk, border crackdown or just a bluff? The former acting commissioner of Customs and Border Protection joins us live to break down the new asylum rule from DHS. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It's 4:44, and in your consumer news this morning, another social media giant is charging users for that blue check. This time, it's Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram. The National Desk's Angela Brown joins us now to break down the cost.
Meta is rolling out a subscription service in Australia and New Zealand, with more countries to follow. Right now, Meta is bleeding profits, revenue down 55% in the final 3 months of 2022. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg announcing last week the rollout of Meta Verified, a subscription service that lets you verify your account with a government ID and get a blue badge. Zuckerberg posting, this new feature is about increasing authenticity and security across our services. Digital marketing expert Adam Raziri says users shouldn't have to pay for that.
And I think these platforms have an obligation to the market and just to individuals to protect our data. We share so much with them, and they've made so much money off of it. They've made billions of dollars off the data that we share.
Meta Verify starts at $14.99 a month on iOS, $11.99 on the web. Facebook following in the footsteps of Twitter Blue. The price tag for that service, $8 a month for the web, $11 on iOS. Twitter CEO Elon Musk defending the move.
There is a huge problem with spam and bots and trolls on Twitter.
Twitter Blue not seeing a lot of green. Tech news publication The Information tweeting this out just days ago. Twitter's verification plan has attracted less than 300,000 subscribers globally. As for Meta, Wall Street analyst Dan Ives estimates that only 3 to 7% of its nearly 3 billion Facebook users will pay for the blue badge, according to DW.
You know, it's like, hey, Zuckerberg, who do you really care about? Do you care about your users who drive value to your platform? Or, you know, are you just trying to improve your revenue so that your next earnings call isn't quite so hostile?
Money is a big factor here. DW says a recent survey of 50 top U.S. advertisers found they intend to do more business with TikTok and Instagram and less with Facebook. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
All right, Angela, thank you. Looking ahead this morning, Chris Rock is set to perform Netflix's first ever live comedy special from Baltimore this Saturday. It's going to be at the historic Hippodrome Theater, and we understand that Chris Rock will be joined virtually by some special guests, including Paul McCartney, Ice-T, Amy Schumer. Tickets are sold out, but you can watch the event on Netflix beginning at 9:30. A bright spot this morning, Howard County students meet their firefighting heroes. Members of Station 12 visited the children at Hanover Hills Elementary School. They provided a hands-on lesson in fire safety, showing off their gear, everything they have to wear to run into danger. It's also a good reminder with daylight saving in less than 2 weeks to check your fire alarms when you change your clocks. 4:47, meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us. I forgot daylight saving was that quickly.
Yeah,
2 weeks.
coming up. Yeah, 12 days from right now.
Holy moly.
Exactly right. And we're talking about the drier conditions for the afternoon. A little bit more sunshine as we get later into the day today. That wind is going to pick up as well, even though we're keeping the cloud cover around at this time. Looking out over at M&T Bank Stadium. Temperatures officially at BWI right about 41. We are seeing that northeast wind at about 7 to 10 miles an hour. As I mentioned, more of that wind will pick up later today. So on your HD radar, not really picking up much. Just those clouds kind of left over from the rain that we saw yesterday. Still, our friends to the northeast getting some snow. New York, north up into Boston for most of those areas there in New York and Massachusetts, all the way up into Vermont, New Hampshire. Finally getting some snow, I should say, because they've been pretty much in a snow drought similar to what we've seen this winter. And this is kind of the larger picture. That's the weather maker that rolled through yesterday. Back behind that, we've got drier conditions just to the west of us. Another storm is setting up on the west coast, another winter storm there as well. As for us here at home, our rise and shine cast mainly in the lower 40s over the next couple of hours. That sun coming up at 6:41. Not going to see the sun rise, but we should be able to see the sun set just fine. And it goes down at 5:58. That's almost 12 hours of day and night. That spring equinox also right around the corner. Typically upper 40s is where we are this time of year. We'll be in the mid to upper 50s, even possibly close to 60 in Laurel for this afternoon. Most of you on the eastern shore in those mid to upper 50s, even lower 60s in D.C. and even lower 70s for Richmond. So some of that warmer air is just to the south of us, while just to the north, we've got those colder conditions. Checking the temperature tracker, those numbers are staying above average. In fact, we're going to spike into the upper 60s by Thursday. Those numbers drop off into the lower 50s on Friday. By Saturday, we'll see those numbers rebound a little bit. Overall, though, into the 50s for the first weekend of March. Here's a look at our future scan. So we've got the cloud cover around through the first half of the day. It's going to be later this afternoon that those clouds will finally roll out of here. ridge of high pressure helps to kind of clear things out. And then as we get into Wednesday and Thursday, that's when we'll see those warmer temperatures. So we'll see that warm front. May see some cloud cover around on Thursday, a stray shower possible, but we're not tracking much in the way of rain. That doesn't come until Friday, and that's really our next weather maker that's coming in Friday morning and will be with us through the afternoon. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Numbers here in the upper 50s today and mid to upper 50s tomorrow. As I mentioned, Thursday, the warmest day before those numbers come back down on Friday with the rain on the way, but drying out nicely for the weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network, and pretty quiet out there right now. Look at the top right corner on 95 there. 1, 2 cars, you can count them out there. There are some wet conditions still from a little drizzle earlier, so be mindful of that. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Going pretty well for the start out there on Light Rail Link. You'll find it operating on time in both directions. Metro Subway Link on scheduled as well between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. On the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 with a delay. It's running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Still ahead on the early edition, a look into one local group helping those getting out of prison get on the right path. That's coming up right after the break in this morning's Maryland Moment. Plus, a new bill being proposed to prevent repeat offenders from getting plea deals. A look into the bill being backed by Republicans. It is 4:51 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. It's 4:54 now and trending this morning. McDonald's is expanding a test with Krispy Kreme. Last October, it started selling the donuts in 9 stores in Louisville and Lexington, Kentucky. Now it's launching across 160 locations nearby. It's for a limited time. McDonald's wants to see what customer demand looks like on a wider scale. That suggests the smaller test was at least somewhat successful. Customers will be able to buy glazed, chocolate icing with sprinkles or chocolate cream-filled donuts all day. Well, for those in need of a fresh start, sharp-dressed man in Baltimore City is offering some new suits, but they are more than just a change of clothes. In this morning's Maryland Moment, Fox 45's Rebecca Pryor and photojournalist Nathan Aaron show how the nonprofit is also changing lives.
How does it feel to be in a suit, though? I mean, it's been a while.
They say it's the suit that makes the man.
Makes it real.
But for Johnny Reynolds...
How long has it been since you wore a tie?
1986. I'm at the corner.
Anything that's not a uniform feels foreign.
Everything is different after going on a long vacation, as I did.
Less than a week out.
Everything.
After 37 years behind bars.
That other one's a window pane.
Reynolds knows it's too late to tailor his past.
Right now, 2 buttons is timeless.
Instead, he's being fitted for his future.
Having the guys come through Sharp Dressed Man and get the suit is that first step to helping them sort of break the glass ceiling and get out of their own head and their own image of the way they think people are perceiving.
Because first impressions are key, especially when your record can precede your resume.
The end goal is that we're helping somebody go to a job interview.
And go to it with confidence. From head.
A lot of people without haircuts, they don't feel good. If someone gets somebody's a haircut, it brightens their day. And it makes you feel good. You like it? Good to go?
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
To toe.
Walk right into it, okay?
A decade and 14,000 suits later, the nonprofit, founded by a high-end tailor with just a handful of designer donations, transformed into a one-stop shop for those looking to kickstart a fresh start. Completely free of charge.
Good things out here for you, man.
And often, the helping hands coming from someone who truly knows what it's like to walk in their shoes.
It's a hard thing to describe. It's just, you survive the trenches.
Longtime volunteer and board member John Huffington, serving 32 years behind bars in the exact same prison as Reynolds.
It shows me that the support that we do have once we get here, the togetherness that we shared on vacation, right? To have that here, you just can't put it in words.
I run into a lot of my friends that are coming home here. It's quite an adjustment. When you can see a familiar face, it's reassuring. And when you can see somebody that you deem successful, then it's also reassuring and encouraging to follow that same path.
Man, get these guys from, man.
The pairing of a new suit and an old friend, a perfect match for sowing a second chance, one that's already altered how Reynolds looks and feels.
I can't put it into words, for real. The joy, what I'm feeling inside, can't really be expressed. That's how good I feel.
And ultimately,
just relax. I got you.
Repairing the fabric of our community.
2 efforts.
One sharp-dressed man
Job coming.
at a time.
Good. Good to see you, though.
In Baltimore City.
We'll see you soon. Absolutely.
Thank you, John.
All right, bro.
All right, man.
Welcome home.
Yes, indeed.
Rebecca Pryor.
Enjoying every minute of it.
Fox 45 News.
The fate of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys being decided today. Coming up, we're live from City School headquarters with the lead up to this vote.
A Republican-backed bill moving through this.
We've got some winter storms warnings in the Northeast this morning. Take a look at this. The widespread chaos already impacting thousands just ahead from our live center.
Our temperatures right now not too bad, and we've got some cloud cover as well. We'll talk about if there's any more rain that we've got to get through for your forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, February 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have meteorologist Justin Chambers here talking about the forecast for us here on a Tuesday morning.
Yeah, good morning. Happy Tuesday, guys. We're talking saw the rain yesterday, and overall still some cloud cover kind of left around this morning, but we're done with the rain, at least for now. Looking out from our Towson camera, those roads are going to be just a little bit wet as you make your way out here for this morning, and we are seeing our temperatures that are also in the 30s and even some some lower 40s for you right now. Look at that snow that is up there in the northeast. Yeah, they finally got some. Meanwhile, for us, we're pretty much dry at this time. So as you head out the door over the next couple of hours, grab a jacket. You won't need the sunglasses for the morning commute, but you'll definitely need it later today as we are expecting some more sun to break out. So overall, in your jogging cast, out for a run or a jog, lower 40s over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
We begin this morning with the crisis in the classroom. Today, the Baltimore City School Board is set to decide the fate of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys.
Now, the school is at risk of losing its charter over what school officials call technicalities. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from the school headquarters with the ongoing fight. Shannon.
Yeah, today, board members right here with Baltimore City Schools, Tom, they will decide whether or not the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys will have to close its doors. And this is a highly anticipated decision that you'll remember was supposed to come last week, but this vote got postponed ultimately until today after that vote came down to a 5-5 deadlock last week. But still, the CEO of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, he is remaining optimistic ahead of tonight's vote. Listen.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
Yeah, remember City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises recommended that the school stay open, saying that it has improved. But in discussing that recommendation last week, the board had a laundry list of concerns and conditions for the school. So take a look here. Here's what they say they want to see happen before moving forward. They want the school to bring on more certified teachers. They want them to improve special education services and hire a city-approved financial advisor. Now, when it came down to their decision, though, last week, the votes were tied, and ultimately they deferred the vote to today, this evening at 5 p.m. So, of course, we will be following this very closely on air and also online. Reporting live from City School headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to your session 2023 coverage. Today, Maryland's General Assembly will hear a bill aimed at preventing repeat offenders from getting plea deals.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live with more on the bill that is backed by Republicans. Taylor.
That's right. Now, this bill aims to target violent offenses. We're talking about carjackings, robberies, shootings. And Fox 45 News has been covering plea deals for a while now. One of the cases that put it on our purview was that of Luther Trent. Now, he admitted to setting his girlfriend's house on fire with her two roommates inside. But in 2022, he spent less than 6 months in jail because he was offered a plea deal under then City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Well, that dropped the 3 counts of attempted homicide, and Trent even said this at the time.
I disrupted somebody's life. I traumatized somebody. For real, I was expecting to get time.
A judge eventually did charge him with those 3 attempted homicides, and he did go to jail where he'll spend the next 22 years. But last summer, the Maryland Public Policy Institute found that 110 homicide suspects, 80% of them had prior convictions that should have kept them in prison beyond the date they allegedly committed a crime. Now, that is because they were allowed back on the streets after a plea deal. We're going to follow this bill for you here. We do know it's backed by Republicans. It will need Democrat support to move through the House, but we'll update you here on Fox 45 News. We're live in Federal Hill. Taylor Stewart, back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Thursday, the State House will hear a number of bills from both Democrats and Republicans focusing on juvenile justice.
According to the Baltimore Police Department, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charges in Baltimore so far this year.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
Now, from the Democrats, the Youth Equity and Safety Act, which would end the practice of automatically charging juveniles as adults in serious crimes like murder. Also, the Youth Accountability and Safety Act that would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from being charged with felony murder.
Now, from the Republicans, a bill that would change the age a child cannot be charged with any crime from 13 years down to 11 years old. Also, the Juvenile Gun Offenses Accountability Act of 2023 would allow children accused of gun crimes to be charged as long as they are at least 10 years old.
I think we're arguing among lawyers and politicians, and I think some people do understand that perpetrators at a certain age probably have been led to that behavior. But on the other hand, I think, again, that we don't put the victim at the center enough.
Former FBI agent Tyrone Power stressing the need for juvenile justice legislation that ensures consequences and corrects behavior.
If you want to contact your area lawmakers about crime, education, or any other issues, you can point your phone's camera at the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to our website where we have listed official email and phone numbers of your state senators and delegates. It is 5:05, and we are keeping an eye on another round of winter storms impacting much of the Northeast right now.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with a look at some of the conditions that are out there right now. Megan.
A lot of snow already. We're taking you live to Narragansett, Rhode Island, where some residents there are under a winter storm warning. They could see anywhere from 5 to 7 inches of snow there today. You can see it already falling, blanketing the ground there this morning. And there's even more snow possible in upstate New York. Taking you live now to Saratoga. They could see up to 10 inches of snow. We don't see anything falling right now, but they've already got snow on the ground too. In New York City, they are not expected to get the brunt of this one, but they could still pick up a few inches, which we know can cause some headaches there. A live look, you can see wet conditions already out there at this hour this morning. We know it's going to be a messy day, especially when it comes to commuting in the Northeast this morning. As we take a look at our smart board here, both on the roads and in the air, we are already tracking some flight cancellations. We've got over 4,000 delays, about 1,221 cancellations this morning. And as we look through, these are mostly through New York and Boston, and we're likely going to see those numbers tick a little higher. Let's go ahead and take a look at the alerts for the Northeast. What we're seeing right now in pink, those are the winter storm warnings. Purple, the advisories. And guys, this is all part of that same storm system that brought another day of severe weather to millions from Illinois to Ohio yesterday. Check out this tornado. This was caught on camera near Champaign, Illinois. 3 more tornadoes were reported in the greater Chicago area yesterday. Fortunately, no injuries reported. Serious damage, though, reported just north of Cincinnati. Look at this. After a suspected tornado hit several homes in Butler County, Ohio, a lot of damage. And in Michigan, right now, crews are still working on power line repairs near Detroit after last week's ice storm. And just as they were making progress, yesterday's blast of cold and ice hit, leading to new outages in central Michigan. We are getting word that the state still has about 150,000 people who are in the dark here this morning, and about half of those are now approaching a full week in the dark. One more live look, this one from Hartford, Connecticut, another area seeing the snow already on the ground and expecting more as the morning continues. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. After a sinkhole swallows homes on North Avenue, the city says the storm drain that caused it was inspected and cleared. How documentation Fox 45 News uncovered tells a much different story.
Is Mayor Brandon Scott ignoring what you voted for to put the Baltimore Police Department under city control? The delay he is now asking for.
We're dry this morning, and we got more rain. We have more rain on the way for us later this week. We'll talk about when that sun returns as well. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:10 is your time right now. Happy Tuesday, everybody. We saw the rain showers yesterday and what's left over, some wet roads this morning. We are looking at those temperatures that are going to be above average for this afternoon. Also tracking a little bit more sunshine. Going to take a while for us to get there as those clouds will linger through the middle part of the day. But Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Just watch for the wet roads and temperatures that stay in the 40s over the next couple of hours.
Now to a city in crisis 3 months after voters overwhelmingly approve a measure giving Baltimore full control of the city police department. Baltimore still does not have that control.
For more than a century, the state has controlled the city police department, an issue which the mayor has long promised to change. But even though voters have spoken, the mayor appears to be in no rush to actually implement it. At a hearing earlier this month, the mayor announced it could be late this year before the control is finally implemented. At a city council meeting last night, council members gave unanimous approval to a resolution calling on the state to transfer control sooner rather than later.
We want to make sure that happens in June of 2023, not December 2023 and not 2024. Again, the voters have spoken. We need to make that happen June.
There are currently 2 bills in Annapolis calling for the transfer of control. You just heard one calls for it to happen June 1st. The other calls for it to happen in October of next year.
Elections are starting to heat up, including the one for Baltimore City Mayor. Still ahead, the elected officials on a national level who are getting booted from office.
The trial that has captivated the country will have closing arguments tomorrow. Why defense witnesses dispute testimony from state witnesses over how Alec Murdaugh's son was killed. Time now, 5:12. .5:15 and continuing coverage in a city in crisis. Baltimore City and Mayor Brandon Scott will have complete control over the Baltimore Police Department, but it comes as some say they're not happy with the way he's dealt with crime.
Now, as voters in Chicago head to the polls, one political expert says the outcome of that city's mayoral election could be an indicator of Mayor Scott's political future.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost reports.
Crime is at the top of the list of priorities for many voters, especially when you look across the country where public safety remains a large concern for many communities. As for Mayor Brandon Scott, who made public safety a cornerstone of his campaign, another term in office may really hinge on how much voters really trust him to turn things around as more and more people become victims of gun violence. The bloodshed in Baltimore continues to spill in streets all over the city. Evidence markers, crime scene tape, and Mayor Brandon Scott's frustrations.
Folks have something to say. Get your ass out there on the street. Walk with We Are Us. Do something. Don't tweet. Don't talk. Don't go to FOX45. Everybody has to do something.
When are we going to have a conversation about how everybody, including your station, can play a part in reducing violence instead of spreading this hatred, spreading this violence, spreading these hashtags, spreading all the nonsense that we see?
People are dying over dumb, and that's the reality.
Have become common.
After a while, you can show a certain amount of frustration.
Political analyst John Deedy says voters are only willing to wait so long.
At a certain point, you also say, well, what are you going to do about the problem?
And it's that question that has voters across the country looking to their leaders, too. In Chicago, incumbent Mayor Lori Lightfoot facing a 9-person election dominated by crime. According to Chicago PD, 2021 hit a 25-year high with 797 people killed.
If I was Mayor Scott, I'd be paying close attention to how things work out in Chicago.
But it's not just Chicago. Crime is top of mind for voters nationwide, and elected leaders are being put on notice. New Orleans mayor facing a recall. San Francisco's progressive district attorney ousted last year, fueled by frustration over public safety. More than 70% of Baltimoreans voting against former top prosecutor Marilyn Mosby and her progressive prosecution policies.
If Lori Lightfoot doesn't make the runoff, that's a 5-alarm fire for the mayor. That should be a warning sign.
Meanwhile, Mayor Scott says he's committed to seeking another term. Does that mean you are running for re-election? Is that a commitment?
No, I am.
His campaign coffer, flush, sitting on more than $450,000. But the issues for people in Baltimore are real. Even last year, voters already frustrated with the performance by the mayor. If the election was held today, would you vote for Brandon Scott?
No. No, I wouldn't.
Especially since this campaign promised,
I will aim to reduce homicides by 15% each year in my term, getting us below 300 homicides in my first year.
Has yet to come true. And the people getting shot and pulling the trigger are getting younger.
A lot more people are getting killed are people who should be in school.
To date, 5 kids under 18 have been gunned down in Baltimore, 18 others shot and survived. Meanwhile, the triggers continue to be pulled and communities forever shaped by gun violence, while politicians make pleas with the community to step up and be better. It's unclear when the 2024 primary will take place. Right now, it's scheduled to happen during Passover. Mayor Brandon Scott and Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski have asked state leaders to move it. We're learning that House Speaker Adrian Jones and Senate President Bill Ferguson say they will work with the State Board of Elections to find a new date, but so far, nothing has been scheduled. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
And this brings us to our question of the day. If elections were held today, would you vote for Mayor Brandon Scott for re-election? So far, 99% of our voters have responded no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
It is 5:19 now. We need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, tracking our forecast, guys, and we are seeing more sun by the time we get to the afternoon. Going to have to keep the clouds around for most of the morning and through midday today, too. But our temperatures will warm up later today, so we'll be back in the above average category. Looking outside from our Towson camera right now, you can see the roads just a little bit damp from some of that rain that rolled through yesterday and even in the overnight hours. 41 your current temperature in Towson. Not much wind to speak of today, or at least for right now, but that wind is going to pick up. And you can see on our HD radar, not really much happening out there. Just a little bit of that cloud cover where most of the action is well to the north of us. Northeast getting hit with some pretty good snow, and some of the folks there seeing their first real snow of the season after that weather maker that rolled through. Our bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those kids look out and get ready for the day today. Temperatures in the lower 40s in the 7 o'clock hour. No need to send them with the umbrellas, with 54 by noontime and into the upper 50s for the later part of the day today. It will be a bit breezy breezy at times as well. Typically upper 40s is where we are for the last day of February. Most of us will be in the low to mid 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, for Towson down to Baltimore City, into Perry Hall and White Marsh, and even in Dundalk at 56 today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties are actually going to be a little bit warmer, with Ellicott City and Elk Ridge in the upper 50s, even some 60s for Laurel down through Odenton, and 59 in the capital later today. Eastern Shore, most of you in those mid to upper 50s with the cloud cover hanging around throughout most of the morning and trying to cap that heating or the warming that we'll see later today. You can actually see that here on our future scan. See, this is about 2 o'clock. Still some clouds lingering, but by the time we get, toward the afternoon, we will see more of that sun. And on Wednesday, our temperatures warming up nicely. Wednesday should be a pretty nice afternoon. Thursday will be the warmest day. One model wants to have a little bit of rain coming through. Overall, kind of cloudy skies and maybe a stray shower. That's setting us up for more of that rain coming in on Friday. 7-day forecast looks like this. Mid to upper 50s today and tomorrow. We jump to the mid to upper 60s on Thursday, but then those numbers fall off on Friday with those rain showers rolling in lower 50s. We're dry for this upcoming weekend. Let's get a check out our mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service from end-to-end. Metro Subway Link showing no delays in either direction of that service. Out there on the MARC train system, a couple delays in the mix. Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are on time for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
An update in our investigation of that massive sinkhole that destroyed homes along North Avenue. Coming up, where the city was not being completely honest about their role in this.
Where crimes are occurring in the city of Baltimore and how police are responding. We'll tell you about the dashboard set to launch today in just a few minutes.
.525, continuing coverage this morning. Alec Murdaugh's defense team rests its case after calling final witnesses to convince jurors he did not murder his wife and son. The defense witnesses dispute testimony from the state witnesses over how the son was killed. Now, they argue, based on autopsies, Paul was shot first in the back of his head, meaning whoever shot Paul would have been covered in blood and possibly skull fragments. Well, former forensic science professor Timothy Pombach says that the evidence suggests there were 2 shooters, not 1.
To me, there's structurally difficult for the same shooter to have 2 long arms and no practical reason for that to happen. Add that to what I believe happened to the shooter who fired first with the shotgun, and I think it tips in favor of the probability of 2 shooters.
Well, prosecutors will call a few more witnesses in their rebuttal case. Closing arguments expected tomorrow. Ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, we'll be speaking live with members of the podcast Unsolved South Carolina to talk further on the Murdaugh case.
A spokesman for Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman says the Democrat is doing well after seeking treatment for clinical depression earlier this month. Fetterman's communications director released that update yesterday. He says Fetterman is on a path to recovery, but is still expected to be away from the Senate for several weeks. Fetterman checked himself into Walter Reed National Military Medical Center after his office says his depression became severe. The 53-year-old also suffered a stroke last May and is still dealing with the after effects.
We're drying out throughout the day, but showers could be on our way. Now, still ahead, the next chance for rain.
Plus, taking you live to Chicago right now, where all eyes are on that crowded mayor's race. The national issue, top of mind for voters, and the history that could be made there. That's just ahead from our live center. Time now 5:26, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning, 5:29. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. The last day in February, and looks like March is coming in, well, about where it should be.
Yeah. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast that came in the rain this morning.
Yeah, and the rain is pretty much done for now, guys. Just have to deal with some wet, maybe some damp roads out there for you over the next couple of hours. And the clouds are going to kind of linger as well. You can see from our Towson camera right now, everything looking good at this time. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Statewide numbers in the 40s in western Maryland. Most of us are in the mid to upper 30s for Westminster and Bel Air. Right about 41 in Baltimore City, right now. So keeping those temps in the 40s for the next few hours on your morning Morning Drive with cloudy skies out there. We do expect some more sunshine, but not till later this afternoon, and highs in the mid to upper 50s both today and tomorrow, even some 60s by Thursday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Continuing coverage this morning. The city is responding after a Fox 45 investigation reveals city officials may not have been entirely honest when it comes to last summer's sinkhole along North Avenue.
That sinkhole destroyed several homes, but now the city is refusing to pay for the damage, leaving families without any answers.
Now, Baltimore City says it inspected the storm drain that led to that sinkhole, but new documents, well, that shows a different story.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with the latest on this. Shannon.
Yeah, for months, Patrice, we have been pressing the city, asking for evidence of this alleged inspection report, only to find the reason why the city is not providing this proof is because it does not exist. In fact, take a look right here at your screen at this statement the DPW sent us. This was from back in October. In it, they claim, quote, this year, an earlier internal review of the North Avenue drain did not indicate items of concern. But when we pressed for evidence of that inspection, there was no response. And then only after formally filing a Maryland Public Information Act was it revealed to us that the latest inspection was actually done 23 years ago. In fact, we just got a new statement from the city last night, so take a look right here. In it, they say in part, quote, Baltimore City has 1,100 miles of storm drains and complete internal inspection was completed in 2000. The city is currently implementing another comprehensive inspection of the storm drain system and establishing a risk model to rank needed upgrades, improvements for DPW's capital improvements program.
This is where my house began at. This was my backyard, and you're going to tell me that I, the homeowner, should have gave you notice when you guys haven't even checked it at all. To know that these pipes are this many years old and the city is, basically blaming me, basically it's like a slap in the face.
Yeah, that was Quentin Bell that you just heard from, and he is still paying a mortgage for this patch of dirt, even though his home and others were demolished last July following the collapse of this 115-year-old arch storm drain that ultimately created a massive sinkhole. Now, DPW even admitting that the damage was due to aging infrastructure, but when it actually came down to paying up for what residents lost, well, the city's law department claimed that they are not liable for the damage. Well, we have investigated, and according to the Maryland Department of Environment, the city is required to conduct preventative maintenance inspections on all city storm drains at least once every 3 years. Again, our investigation finding this last inspection report is from the year 2000. Meanwhile, the homeowners we know have filed a negligence lawsuit against the city. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. 5:33 now, and happening today in a city in crisis, Mayor Brandon Scott set to announce the launch of a public safety accountability dashboard. Now, the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, says this will represent public safety metrics all across Baltimore. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with a push for clarity. Taylor?
Yeah, that's right. The mayor's office is announcing that rollout. They did back in December, and today it is set to launch. What it's supposed to do is give us some real-time data, some crime metrics as to where crime is occurring in the city and how officials are responding. It's a push for more transparency. Take a listen to what political analyst John Deedy said in December when it was first announced.
I think that in a community where people live, people want to know how safe this community is. And I think, ironically, the people who will use it may not necessarily be city residents. It may be a situation where people use it who are real estate agents and other groups that are saying, hey, this is a good community to move into.
Now, this afternoon, the entire MONSE team, that includes Mayor Brandon Scott, Executive Director Shante Jackson, and Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, they will all be out there for that rollout. It's taking place at 3 o'clock today. Of course, we'll keep you updated here on Fox 45 News. Taylor Stewart in Federal Hill, Fox 45.
A federal judge sets a date for Marilyn Mosby's trial. Jury selection is set to start on October 31st. The trial itself will begin November 2nd. The former city state's attorney faces 4 federal charges related to vacation home purchases in Florida, including perjury and making false statements on a loan application.
Well, an update for you this morning in the case against former Gilman teacher accused of sexually assaulting students. Baltimore County grand jury has indicted Christopher Bendon, you see here, on 16 charges including rape, sex abuse, and solicitation of a minor. According to those charging documents, the allegations came to light when a former 8th grade student came forward saying that Bendon began sexually abusing him when he was 15. That victim also said Bendon would give him and his friends rides home after they had been drinking because they didn't want to tell their parents. In exchange for those rides, though, the victim says Bendon would then make them run around naked. And according to charging documents, other victims shared similar accounts about those rides, stripping down, and requests for pictures. Bendon was a teacher at Gilman from 2007 up until this year. You can find more on the allegations right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 5:36 and polls open at 6 this morning for Chicago for a mayor's race that has the whole nation's attention.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with how things there are shaping up. Megan.
Yeah, guys, Democratic that you see there, Mayor Lori Lightfoot is fighting to keep her job, and she's got competition. Let's take a look. Including Lightfoot, there are 9 candidates in today's race. If nobody gets 50% of the vote, the top 2 will head to a runoff in April. And right now, guys, that looks like it could be former head of Chicago Public Schools Paul Valles and Cook County Commission member Brandon Johnson, which would make Lightfoot the first incumbent mayor in Chicago to lose an election in more than 3 decades. Arguably, the biggest issue in this race is crime. In 59 days, 70 people have been murdered in Chicago, including 3 over the weekend. And Chicago is not an outlier here. The topic of crime has become a major point for races in Los Angeles, New York City, Philadelphia, San Francisco, where voters just last year ousted the city's progressive district attorney over crime. Obviously a top issue for voters here in Baltimore, too. We're going to keep you posted as the results start coming in from Chicago. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Still ahead this morning, fighting juvenile crime is top of mind for lawmakers. The bill's being supported by both Republicans and Democrats.
Reproductive health care takes front and center at the legislative session. Still ahead this morning, the protests breaking out overnight and the hearings today.
Plus, warmer weather is on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when we'll see temperatures close to the 70s. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:40 is your time right now. We're 20 in front of 6 o'clock on your Tuesday morning, hump day eve. Looking out over downtown Baltimore, definitely seeing some of those low clouds hanging around at this time. And our temperatures are not too bad. We definitely will have a cloudy morning, but we are looking for some more sunshine as we get later into the afternoon. That wind going to kick up as well. No need for the umbrella today, but grab a jacket and just have those shades ready for the sun again later into the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
541, a health alert this morning. A drastic change in weather could take a toll on your health.
Now, some experts say big weather swings can cause infections, trigger allergies, or make other medical problems worse.
Interesting. Temperature changes can take a toll on your heart. Doctors say heat can lead to stress on your body, and stress hormones can put pressure on your heart.
Well, 2 teens hurt and a man killed in a triple shooting. Fox 45 News examines the juvenile justice bills on the table this legislative session and how both sides of the aisle are approaching the issue.
But first, the concerns surrounding artificial intelligence are growing. We put your skills to the test. 541, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
544, and in today's age, concerns over AI voice recreation are becoming more common.
AI is extremely hard to detect, especially for someone who doesn't have the correct tools or knowledge.
So we want to see if you're able to spot the difference. Now, we have 2 recordings of Megan Gillen. One is real and one is the artificial intelligence recording.
We're going to play both for you, and then you can guess which one you think is the real Megan. So here we go. Here is the first recording.
On Wednesday, the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE is back on the Board of Estimates agenda. The mayor approved the conduit deal at a Board of Estimates meeting earlier this month without 2 members of the board, City Comptroller Bill Henry and City Council President Nick Mosby. They were attempting to stop the vote. Voters seem to be against the conduit deal.
In November, city residents voted overwhelmingly to block the sale or transfer of the conduit system.
Well, now here's the second recording.
Happening today, City Councilman Robert Stokes will be introducing a resolution to call on lawmakers in Annapolis to bring the Baltimore Police Department under the city's control immediately. City voters approved a charter amendment to move the department from state to local control in November, but that hasn't happened yet. The Local Control Advisory Board, in charge of the transition, is proposing a longer timeline for the change that could take another year. Many city council members say they want to move faster.
All right, I think I know which one it is. But now is the time for you to weigh in. Which voice did you think was the real Megan versus the AI? Was the real Megan the first one or the second one? You can take your guess by heading to foxbaltimore.com and clicking on the midday tab. And then coming up at 7:45, we are going to reveal the answers. Plus, we have a tech expert joining us live with the important information that you need to know to protect yourself from AI.
Also happening this morning, your chance to win tickets to a real Maryland auto show. I believe those vehicles are all real. All you have to do is wait for your cue to call. And then you could win 4 tickets valid for 1 day to the Maryland Auto Show. It's happening at the Baltimore Convention, March 10th through the 12th. Keep watching for your chance to win, get tickets, or learn more about Maryland'sAutoShow.com.
It is 5:47, and we need to get a check of the weather.
Yes, we have the real meteorologist, Justin Chambers, here. No artificial intelligence going on here, but meteorologically, too many O's in that word anyway. But can you, do you see AI coming in to do the weather?
That'd be great.
Yeah?
I don't have to be here. Awesome.
You don't want to be with us?
I know. If I can do it from home and I can just, type some stuff in.
Well, I have thought of that myself. Can we just, we have robots here, and I'll talk it from home
so
in my
Jess and I have a little thing where we know that each other is a robot or not. Like we have like a thing on our body.
Words?
No, we have a thing on our body. So like if I can check to see if it's really Jess or not.
Because this is
because she might be a robot. I don't know, Patrice. It's AI. We're talking about it. I don't like these cameras around here. They're all robots. Watch, it's going to follow me. Watch, the cameras
I want to know
me.
where you have this thing. That's what
I want to know why. I'm just intrigued about why.
The cameras are all moving around. They're freaky, man. Well, not a fan. Yeah, I got to make sure I know who the real Jess is. So. Our weather headlines, good morning to all of you. Happy Tuesday. It is February 28th, the final day of February. Our weather headlines look like this. Lower 40s. It is cloudy and cool outside, kind of damp as well. The road's still wet from the rain. We are expecting more afternoon sunshine. Going to take a little while for that sun to materialize. So we keep the clouds around through most of the morning and into the middle part of the day. But upper 50s on the way as that wind picks up, and we will see that sun come out later today. So those temperatures actually trending in the above average category. HD radar showing just a few light kind of sprinkles out there. That's about all we're seeing. The most action that we're seeing is to the north of us, where folks in the Northeast finally getting some snow that is falling even still this morning. Rise and shine cast campers overall low to mid 40s over the next couple of hours. Sun will be up at 6:41. Goes to bed tonight at 5:58, getting closer to 12 hours of day and night. So we'll keep the clouds around through most of your morning with temperatures in the 40s. By the time we get to lunchtime, mid 50s. And as I mentioned, into the afternoon, we'll get those temperatures to slide into the mid to upper 50s for your numbers today. And 49 is typically where we are this time of year. Notice most of us in the mid to upper 50s across central Maryland. Temperatures continuing to be warm in the mid-south, Nashville down through Memphis into Atlanta and Charlotte in those low to mid and upper 70s. We'll keep the 50s going here. Colder temperatures to the north, 82 in Dallas and New Orleans today. So they are definitely getting a warm end to the month of February. Our future scan looks like this. Again, those clouds around through most of the day today. By about 4 or 5 o'clock later into the afternoon, finally seeing some sunshine. The wind is going to be picking up and clearing that moisture out of here. And tomorrow will be warmer as well, and we stay dry. Next weather maker really coming in late Thursday into Friday. That's when we'll see more clouds and that next chance for rain. Friday is going to be a wet day and colder too, with highs only in the lower 50s. We'll be dry, however, for the weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network. And right now, you're looking at a multi-vehicle collision on the outer loop right near Bel Air Road. You see the emergency vehicles there over on the right-hand shoulder there. Some cars getting by. It is causing somewhat of a delay there. And as you can see, just one lane really just getting by right now, so we're going to get some more information and find out a little bit more for you. Now, here's a live look from our Len Solar mobile track, and it is moving along 95 northbound right near Bel Air. It looks like the roads are drying out and moving along smoothly. Now, we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Tuesday, Mark. And Mark, you know about artificial intelligence. How do we know it's the real Mark Jones?
Well, you just have to trust me. I'm the real one.
There you go.
One. And I love that test. I think I know which one is Megan.
All right.
I won't say.
Okay, good.
Okay, out there right now, you'll find train 511 and Penn train 407, both operating with 5 to 10-minute delays. The other trains look good for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues, and Metro Subway Link right on time for the end-to-end between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Test scores continue to slip as Republicans and Democrats remain at odds with how to fix this crisis affecting classrooms from coast to coast. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
The Supreme Court is now addressing the future of student loan debt in the U.S., the concern surrounding the massive price. 5:51's the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .54 now to the crisis in the classroom. Lawmakers in Annapolis battling over a program that could impact students' access to private schooling statewide.
The governor is pushing his plan to phase out the state's Boost program. It provides scholarships to low-income families to send their students to private or charter schools. The $10 million Boost budget is just 0.1% of Maryland's $8.8 billion public school budget. Governor Moore is looking to cut $2 million from the program, saying he doesn't want to see public dollars go to private schools. While many Democrats are in favor of ending Boost, Senate President Bill Ferguson seems open to funding it.
In the nearly $7.5 billion that we spend on public education, $10 million on the Boost program doesn't seem like a heck of a lot. So, I think there's reason to think that we can do both and not just either or.
Well, supporters of the Boost program say the governor's argument doesn't make sense because state dollars go to private ventures all the time, like the Ravens.
Political commentator Armstrong Williams points to the issues in public schools as a reason that students should have a choice on where they receive their education.
Public education is failing the kids in Baltimore miserably. When you think about those 23 schools and not one kid is proficient in math and English, that is devastating and very troubling. What kids should have option, whatever gives them that option, give them the best education to keep them out of the prison pipeline, to keep them out of petty crime, to give them self-worth and self-esteem.
Now, we're seeing the same trend, though, of declining student performance all across the U.S. in public school systems.
As national correspondent Kayla Gaskins reports, lawmakers are at odds over how to fix the crisis in American classrooms.
In Illinois, increased spending on education resulting in lower test scores statewide.
We're spending a record amount of money on education right now, but our student outcomes are going down.
From 2019 to 2022, the state pumped close to $1 billion additional dollars into public schools. Over the same time period, data shows reading proficiency dropping 7%, math scores slipping 6%. Last October, the organization opened the books, publishing a report analyzing Illinois teacher salaries, finding 500 educators made between $200,000 and $439,000 a year.
4 out of every 10 are below the poverty line. And so that kind of compensation in a school such as this, that is a moral outrage.
In Baltimore City, Maryland, one of the best funded public school systems in the country, 23 schools in the district had not a single student test proficient in math.
The GOP latching on to this frustration. Republican-led states across the country expanding school choice programs.
The debate over introducing school choice in Alabama heating up.
And not every public school is able to serve every single student.
Critics voicing concerns.
It literally is a question of how do we help our public schools? You certainly don't help them by removing $500 million from their revenues.
Earlier this year, Iowa passing some of the most expansive school choice programs in the country. Republican presidential contender Nikki Haley voicing her support for Iowa's program during a recent visit to the state.
We would not have problems in education if we put education back where it needs to be, in the hands of the parents. We have to have school choice all over this country.
Haley's comments, yet another indicator education will play a key role in the GOP's efforts to take back the White House in 2024. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Stay with Fox 45 News as we continue to cover the fallout happening across Maryland's school systems. Coming up in our next hour, Project Baltimore reports what school leaders are doing in Baltimore and the state to address the education crisis happening right now in Maryland public schools.
This is about public schools versus private schools. And what the governor needs to realize is he needs to find the best way to educate children.
The fate of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys being decided today. Coming up, we're live from City School headquarters with the buildup ahead of this vote.
Winter storm warnings coming in right now across much of the Northeast. We are tracking and taking you there live as the snow begins to fall.
No snow for us here, but we saw rain yesterday and still kind of a wet commute for you on your Tuesday. We'll talk about when that sun breaks out.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, February 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers stepping into the shop with us right now, talking a little bit about, well, really not much changing this week, really.
Well, we've got temperatures that are going to stay above average here, guys. We'll see some 60s later on into Thursday. Really, not really much rain, at least for the next couple of days, but there is another day later this week where we will have some rain showers to deal with. So looking out from our Towson camera right now, lots of that cloud cover, definitely that moisture left over from the rain we saw yesterday. Our numbers here this hour in the 30s and lower 40s for Cockeysville and Bel Air down through Baltimore City, 30s and 40s for you on the eastern shore, as well as you get up early with us on on this Tuesday. So what's going on? Our cloudy and cool morning, more afternoon sun for today, and temperatures that will slide back into the above average category. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Really not tracking any rain, just temperatures staying in the 40s. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Taking a look at your Lens Solar traffic network here, and the crash right lane on the outer loop near Overly. We still have a lot, according to the cameras, we still have a lot of emergency vehicles there blocking off. Now there's 2 lanes getting by slowly, but 2 lanes are closed. The right lane and the right shoulder closed there. Also, some backup on BW Parkway southbound. It looks like it's just volume.
6 o'clock now. We begin this morning with the crisis in the classroom.
Today, the Baltimore City School Board is set to decide the fate of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys.
The school is at risk of losing its charter over what the school calls technicalities.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning right from the school headquarters with the ongoing fight. Shannon.
Yeah, and today, Tom, board members right here with Baltimore City Schools will ultimately decide whether or not the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys has to close its doors or not. And remember, this decision was supposed to happen last week, but it was postponed until today because last week that vote came down to a 5-5 deadlock. Well, despite that, the CEO of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, he says he is optimistic heading into tonight's vote.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
Now, remember, City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises is recommending that the school stay open, saying that it has seen improvement. But in discussing that recommendation last week, the board had a laundry list of concerns and conditions for the school. So here's a look at what they want to see happen if they do move forward with keeping the school open. They want the school to bring on more certified teachers. They want them to improve special education services and also hire a city-approved financial advisor. Now, as I mentioned, though, when it came down to their decision, the votes were tied, and ultimately they deferred the vote until tonight's meeting at 5 p.m. So, of course, we will be following this very closely on air and online. Reporting live from City School headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:02 now, and turning now to your session 2023 coverage. Today, Maryland's General Assembly will hear a bill aimed at preventing repeat offenders from getting plea deals.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live with more on the bill that's backed by Republicans. Taylor.
That's right. Now, this bill aims to stop plea deals the courts from offering them, especially in violent crimes. We're talking about carjackings, robberies, shootings. And so what we're seeing now is that these plea deals are now getting more attention. Fox 45 has been covering plea deals for years now. One of the cases that brought it to our purview was Trent Luther. Now, he admitted to setting his girlfriend's home on fire with her 2 roommates inside at the time. But last year, he only served less than 6 months after he was offered a plea deal from then City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby's office. It wiped 3 counts of attempted homicide clear off the record. And even he said he thought he deserved the time. Take a listen.
I disrupted somebody's life. I traumatized somebody. For real, I was expecting to get time.
He did. Now, a judge eventually went back on that plea deal, and now we're learning more about this bill that's on the floor today. It is backed by Republicans, so it will need Democratic support. But just last year, the Public Policy Institute found that 110 homicide suspects, 80% of them had prior convictions. They should have been in prison at the time of the murder. And we're going to keep our eyes on this bill as it moves through the General Assembly today. We're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Thursday, the State House will hear a number of bills, both from Democrats and Republicans, focusing on juvenile justice.
According to the Baltimore Police Department, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charges in Baltimore so far this year.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
From the Democrats, the Youth Equity and Safety Act, which would end the practice of automatically charging juveniles as adults in serious crimes like murder. Also, the Youth Accountability and Safety Act, and that would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from being charged with felony murder.
From the Republican side, though, a bill would change the age a child cannot be charged with any crime from 13 years old down to 11. Also, the Juvenile Gun Offenses Accountability Act of 2023 would allow children accused of gun crimes to be charged as long as they are at least 10 years of age.
I think we're arguing among lawyers and politicians, and I think some people do understand that perpetrators at a certain age probably have been led to that behavior. But on the other hand, I think, again, that we don't put the victim at the center enough.
Former FBI agent Tyrone Powers stressing the need for juvenile justice legislation that ensures consequences and corrects behavior.
If you want to contact your area lawmakers about crime, education, or any other issues, you can point your phone's camera at the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to our website where we have listed official email and phone numbers for your state senators and delegates.
A sinkhole along North Avenue in Baltimore destroys several homes over the summer. Topping our next half hour, why are officials just now coming forward with honesty?
And today, the Public Safety Accountability Dashboard is expected to launch. How this plans to represent public safety metrics across Baltimore.
A cloudy start to your Tuesday morning, but we do expect to see sun at least for part of the day today. We'll track that and those warmer than average temperatures. That's all coming up in a few.
6:09. We are keeping an eye on another round of winter storms impacting much of the Northeast right now.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with a look at some of the conditions out there this morning. Megan?
This is what we're already seeing, guys. We begin live in Narragansett Beach, Rhode Island, where they're already blanketed with more snow coming down. They're under a winter storm warning right now. They're going to see anywhere from 5 to 7 inches of snow there today. Already, look at that scene there. Even more snow possible in upstate New York. Live look now from Saratoga, where they could see up to 10 inches. And again, they're already blanketed as well. We've seen one guy out walking around. They're getting ready for what's yet to come. Taking you live now to New York City. Some wet conditions already falling there. They are not expected to feel the brunt of this one, but could pick up a few inches, which we know can cause some headaches there in the city. A live look there. You can see already some wet conditions, as we mentioned a little while ago. Flight issues. We know the big issue here today is going to be the messy day for millions of commuters in the Northeast, on the roads, in the air. We are already tracking some flight cancellations. As we look right here, we've got almost 5,000 delays. Cancellations looking at just about 1,200. These are mostly through New York and Boston. As we look at those origin airports right there, likely to see that number increase as these conditions really pick up. Let's take a look at the alerts that we have here in the Northeast. The pink, those are the winter storm warnings. Purple are the advisories here today. This is all part of that same storm system, guys, that brought another day of severe weather to millions from Illinois to Ohio yesterday. Check out this tornado. Look at that. Caught on camera right near Champaign, Illinois. 3 more tornadoes were reported in the greater Chicago area yesterday. Fortunately, no injuries reported. Serious damage, though, reported just north of Cincinnati. Check this out. A suspected tornado hit several homes in Butler County, Ohio. You can see those trees toppled. And in Michigan, right now, crews are still working on power line repairs right near Detroit after last week's ice storm. And just as they were making progress, yesterday's blast of cold and ice hit, leading to new outages in central Michigan. We are getting word the state still has around 150,000 people in the dark this morning, and about half of those are now approaching a full week in the dark. We're going to keep an eye on these conditions here today, and that's the latest from our live center here this morning. But we want to toss it over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. And is there any chance that we're going to be seeing any of those snowy conditions? I saw one. Look at this. Jackson Hole. Hopefully none of that.
Yeah, not going to see the snow here, Meg. In fact, what we are going to see is mainly a drier day ahead. But yeah, we are definitely tracking more of that snow that does continue to fall. You can see all of that light blue right there from Albany over to Bristol, Connecticut, into Boston and Providence, all the way up toward Manchester. New York and Philly did get some snow yesterday, but right now not seeing that. And right here at home, we're seeing just a few light rain showers here from Columbia and Elk Ridge, just south of Baltimore City. So it's definitely still seeing that. We're definitely still seeing that moisture that is out there and those roads that are wet. It will be cloudy for most of the morning and into the middle of the day today, but by the later part of the afternoon, tracking some more sunshine and temperatures that will be above average. We do have our next weather maker that's coming later this week, and that is going to bring more rain to the area. We'll talk about that coming up.
No more questions for Alec Murdaugh's defense team after the breakout defense witness disputed testimony from state witnesses.
Composting is one of the best ways you can keep your food from being transported to the landfill. How this will set up nutrient-rich soil for your spring planting. 6:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:16, and in today's technical age, concerns of artificial intelligence voice recreation is becoming more common.
AI is extremely difficult to detect, especially for someone who may not have the correct tools or knowledge or know that person well.
That's right, and we want to see if you are able to spot the difference. In fact, right now we have two recordings of Megan Gillen. One is real, and one is an AI recording.
All right, we're going to play both for you, and then you can decide which one you think is the real Megan. Here's the first recording.
On Wednesday, the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE is back on the Board of Estimates agenda. The mayor approved the conduit deal at a Board of Estimates meeting earlier this month without two members of the board, City Comptroller Bill Henry and City Council President Nick Mosby. They were attempting to stop the vote. Voters seem to be against the conduit deal. In November, city residents voted overwhelmingly to block the sale or transfer of the conduit system.
All right, now here's the second recording.
Happening today, City Councilman Robert Stokes will be introducing a resolution to call on lawmakers in Annapolis to bring the Baltimore Police Department under the city's control immediately. City voters approved a charter amendment to move the department from state to local control in November, but that hasn't happened yet. The Local Control Advisory Board, in charge of the transition, is proposing a longer timeline for the change that could take another year. Many city council members say they want to move faster.
All right, now's the time for you to weigh in. Which voice did you think was the real Megan, the first recording or the second one? You can decide by heading to foxbaltimore.com and clicking on the midday tab. And then coming up at 7:45, we are going to reveal the answers, plus have a tech expert join us with the important information you need to know to protect yourself from artificial intelligence.
Also happening this morning, your chance to win tickets to the Maryland Auto Show. The only thing you have to do is wait for your cue to call, and you can win 4 tickets, valid for 1 day, to the Maryland Auto Show. It's happening at the Baltimore Convention Center between March 10th and the 12th. And keep watching for your chance to win. Get tickets or learn more at MarylandAutoShow.com. I know some of us worry about cars. Others, we're able to afford boats and things and planes and all that stuff,
Meteorologist money.
I don't know what you're talking about. John, the other guy has a boat. I don't have a boat. I don't even have a plane. We rent the plane. By the way, when you said, we're going to have this expert in to protect you from AI, see? Because they're robots and they're going to come and get us. That's why we have to have protection.
Against.
Yeah, so I'm going to be watching that segment.
Have you watched I Am Legend recently? Are you the Will Smith? Robot movie that was taken over. I just wondered if you've got this paranoia.
Just like Westworld 2, that whole thing is like, man, there's something.
iRobot. That's what it was.
Yeah, I Am Legend is a different movie.
Is that the one with him just with zombies? Oh, now see, zombies I'm afraid of.
Now
Robots.
we're just getting off the rails. Let's go talk about our weather here. Look at what it looks like outside, guys, right now. If you haven't, checked outside, this is what your window looks like from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Looking right out over the Inner Harbor. Sun is about 30 minutes away from coming up. It's going to be cloudy. We won't be able to watch the sunrise together, unfortunately, but you should be able to see the sun set tonight, as we are expecting more sun once we get later into the afternoon. So definitely starting with cloudy skies and temperatures that are not too bad. Notice the right side of your screen, a lot of us in the upper 30s and even some lower 40s. So just grab a light jacket as you're heading out. Really no need for the umbrella, as that rain is pretty much all done from what we saw yesterday. It's still some mist that is going to be out there, so you still will have that splashback on your windshield. We're seeing the snow showers well to the north of us, to the northeast, finally getting in on some snow for the season. Our bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those kids get back to school here this morning. We're talking about lower 40s next hour, 50s by noon, and into the upper 50s later today. It will be breezy this afternoon, and again, we will see a little bit of sunshine. And golfers, probably not the best day to hit the links on our forecast, but we'll see those 50s here by midday and eventually some sun. However, that wind will pick up, so it's probably going to be at least a 2-club wind for the afternoon. If you want to play this morning, we're not talking about a lot of wind. Keeping those temperatures in the above average category, even some 60s possible in Laurel down through D.C. this afternoon, while most of us here in central Maryland will be in the mid to upper 50s, and obviously colder to the north where that snow continues to fall. Betty the Butterfly here on our outdoors cast. Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday overall, not too bad. 3 green lights here with with temperatures that will stay mild. And you can see that here on our future scan. Those clouds roll out of here this afternoon behind this nice ridge of high pressure. Tomorrow setting up to be a pretty nice day with above average temperatures as well. Late Wednesday into early Thursday, that's when some showers could roll through, and that's what we're tracking here. Then the warmer temperatures roll in on Thursday afternoon. Our next weather maker bringing rain by the time we head into your Friday. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. 50s today and tomorrow, mid to upper 60s on Thursday. Colder air comes in on Friday with that rain, so it'll be a cold rain and highs only in the lower 50s, but we are dry for the first weekend of March. Let's check in with Mark Jones of the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn train 511 and Camden train 845, both operating with 5 to 10 minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link on time service from end to end, but Metro Subway Link presently running with a delay in both directions, running about 5 to 10 minutes late. Certainly allow time for travel on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still to come this morning, Project Baltimore demanding answers. The latest on the investigation into Baltimore City Public Schools, as 23 had 0 students who tested score proficient in math.
The city is releasing a dashboard to show you where crimes are occurring, how police are responding, how this will increase transparency. We'll break that down for you just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.625. Composting is a great way to keep your food scraps from ending up in a landfill while delivering nutrient-rich soil in return. If you start now, you'll be all set for spring planting. Consumer Reports explains the do's and don'ts of at-home composting. Turning your garbage into gold. We're talking about composting, where food scraps and other organic waste break down over time, blossoming into a nutrient-rich soil amendment, a gardener's treasure.
Depending on what type of compost system you're using, it's really important to know what you can and cannot put in each of them.
First, the system. How are you going to break down the food waste? There are 3 main options: backyard compost bins, vermicomposting, which uses worms, worms, and in some cities, large-scale composting systems, which can include drop-off or even curbside pickup. If you opt for a backyard compost bin, toss in most food scraps, including eggshells, coffee grounds, and yard trimmings. Just avoid bones, meat, fish, and dairy products. Here's the trick. When you add new waste to the bin, cover it immediately with some leaves, straw, similar material. This keeps the ecosystem going, allowing it to break down for apartment dwellers. Vermicomposting might be your best bet, though, if you're in the apartment, since it doesn't involve a lot of space, but it does involve worms.
You can dispose of the same food scraps as you would in a backyard bin, but worms can shy away from items like garlic, onions, or citrus peels, so it's best to avoid putting those items in your vermicompost bin.
Municipal composting systems heat up to high temperatures as they break down the waste, which means the compost can handle more stuff like bones, meat, fish, cheese, and other milk products, and even some food-soiled paper products. Now, once you have your compost, you can add it to your flower and vegetable beds, mix it in with your potting soil for indoor plants, or you can spread it all over your lawn.
Well, we have a cloudy and cool morning to be doing that, too. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at when we can feel temperatures in the 60s again.
An update in our investigation of that massive sinkhole that destroyed homes along North Avenue. Coming up, where the city was not being completely honest about their role in this.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning, final day of February. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly what March is going to feel like. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at that forecast.
Yeah, not too bad, actually, guys. Good morning. We're going to start the new month above average, finish this month above average as well. It is misty out there right now. You can see this from our shot looking over toward Fed Hill, and you will need at least the wipers on and possibly even an umbrella. It's not raining per se, so you won't see that on your FOX45 radar in your app. However, it is definitely misting. Upper 30s and lower 40s for Westminster and Bel Air down through Baltimore City and Annapolis right now. We'll keep those 40s going for the next few hours, but you will need those windshield wipers. As Mr. Bo says, we are good to go. Should see some sun. It's going to take a while, but later this afternoon, we're looking at mid to upper 50s. Keeping those 50s, a nice day tomorrow. Thursday, a little bit more rain starts rolling in as well, but temps will stay above average. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
Continuing coverage this morning, Baltimore City responding after a FOX45 investigation reveals city officials may not have been entirely honest when it comes to last summer's sinkhole along North Avenue.
That sinkhole destroyed several homes, but now the city is refusing to pay for the damage, leaving families without any answers.
The city says it inspected the storm drain that led to that sinkhole, but new documents, well, they show a different story. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the latest on this. Shannon?
Yeah, for months, Tom, we have been pressing the city, asking for any evidence of that alleged inspection report, only to find the reason why the city is not offering any proof is because it does not exist. In fact, take a look right here at your screen. This was a statement that DPW sent to us back in October. In it, they claim, quote, this year, an earlier internal review of the North Avenue drain did not indicate items of concern. But when we pressed for evidence of that inspection, we got no response. And then only after formally filing a Maryland Public Information Act was it revealed that the latest inspection was actually done 23 years ago. In fact, we just got a new statement from the city last night. So take a look right here. In it, they are saying in part, quote, Baltimore City has 1,100 miles of storm drains and complete internal inspection was completed in 2000. The city is currently implementing another comprehensive inspection of the storm drain system and establishing a risk model to rank needed upgrades improvements for DPW's capital improvements program.
This is where my house began at. This was my backyard, and you're going to tell me that the homeowner, should have gave you notice when you guys haven't even checked it at all. To know that these pipes are this many years old and the city is, basically blaming me, basically it's like a slap in the face.
Yeah, that's Quentin Bell right there, and he is still paying a mortgage for this patch of dirt, even though his home and other homes were demolished last July following the collapse of this 115-year-old arch storm drain that ultimately created this massive sinkhole. Well, DPW even admitting the damage was due to aging infrastructure, but when it came time to pay up for what the residents lost, well, the city's law department claimed they're not liable for the damage. So we investigated, and according to the Maryland Department of Environment, the city is required to conduct preventative maintenance inspections on all city storm drains at least once every 3 years. Again, our investigation finding that the last inspection report is dating back to the year 2000. So meanwhile, the homeowners have filed a negligence lawsuit against the city, which we will be following very closely. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:34 and happening today in a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott set to announce the launch of a public safety accountability dashboard.
The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, says this will represent public safety metrics across Baltimore. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with the push for some clarity. Taylor.
That's right. Now, city leaders announced this program back in December. They say that this dashboard will have real-time crime data about where it's occurring and how police are responding. MONSE is saying this is a push for transparency. We know there are cities of similar size that have these kind of dashboards that show you where concentrated crime is occurring. Take a listen to what political analyst John Deedy said about the program when it was first announced.
I think that in a community where people live, people want to know how safe this community is. And I think, ironically, the people who will use it may not necessarily be city residents. It may be a situation where people use it who are real estate agents and other groups that are saying, hey, this is a good community to move into.
Now, we're assuming this will be an online platform. If it works as intended, you'll be able to see where those crimes are occurring, especially violent ones. But we know that this afternoon at 3 o'clock, Monsi's director, Shantae Jackson, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, and Mayor Brandon Scott will all be there for the rollout. And we'll break that down for you later today here on Fox 45 News. For now, we're live in Federal Hill, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Taylor. Experts say this dashboard may be a step towards transparency for an office that has been anything but with Fox 45. Now, we have been investigating the Safe Streets program, Baltimore's gun violence intervention program, for more than a year. You can find all of our previous reporting right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
The president's student loan forgiveness plan taking center stage in front of the Supreme Court. The arguments that they are set to hear today and when a decision could be made.
And one weather maker down, still one more to go this week. From on air to online, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists is letting you know what to look out for as the next weather maker approaches. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Look at that. Funnel clouds over the Cincinnati, Ohio area Monday as severe weather moved through. There were reports of damage on the ground in other parts of the state as well. The National Weather Service will conduct storm surveys on Tuesday to determine if they were tornadoes. Meanwhile, a snowy Monday in Sedona, Arizona. The afternoon snow, a forerunner to more snowfall expected on Tuesday and Wednesday.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Happening today, the Supreme Court is set to hear arguments on the country's student loan forgiveness program.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with more on when a decision could be made. Megan.
Yeah, guys, we want to take you live in front of the Supreme Court here this morning. You can see people already milling about right here. A lot of eyes right here, where the nation's highest court will decide if millions of student loan borrowers will see up to $20,000 of their debt canceled. The court is hearing two challenges here today to the plan. For one, 6 Republican-led states say that they would be harmed financially if the program goes into effect, and the other involves a lawsuit filed by 2 students. They argue the president has overstepped his authority and say the $400 billion cost over the next 3 decades is just too high. Now, on the other side, take a look at this. See if we can get this video for you. We're having trouble, I think, running it, but we had supporters of the president's student debt relief plan gathering outside the Supreme Court last night. They were gathering right in front of that building there. Their hope, the justices will let the plan move forward, wiping out or at least reducing debts for millions. A decision from the court, though, not expected until the end of the term. That's in late June or in early July. How and when the justices rule, that's also going to determine when payments on federal student loans will continue after that pandemic-related pause. That was nearly 3 years ago, mind you. The Biden administration has said that payments will resume 60 days after litigation over the forgiveness program is resolved, or at the end of August, whichever comes first. We're going to keep you posted and keep an eye on the situation happening in front of the Supreme Court here this morning. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Maryland lawmakers are introducing a number of bills to deal with juvenile offenders. In our next half hour, a closer look at the possible legislation.
Mr. Santelises, can we just get a quick word with you?
Project Baltimore chasing answers for public city schools. Topping our 7:30 half hour, the investigation into low-performing schools. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .644 and topping your morning rush, a Baltimore County grand jury has indicted former Gilman teacher Christopher Bendin on 16 charges including rape, sexual abuse, and solicitation of a minor. The allegations came to light when a former 8th grade student came forward saying that Bendin began sexually abusing him when he was 15.
And a federal judge sets a date for Marilyn Mosby's trial. Jury selection is set to start October 31st. The trial itself will begin November 2nd. The former city state's attorney faces 4 federal charges related to vacation home purchases in Florida.
Now, today, the Baltimore City School Board is set to decide the fate of Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City School headquarters. Shannon, is there any inclination of how this vote may go tonight?
Well, it's really still up in the air at this point, Tom. In fact, you'll remember this decision was supposed to be made last week, but it was postponed until today because the board's vote came down to a 5-5 deadlock last week. Well, City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises is recommending that the school remain open, but there are some board members here that have some concerns that they want addressed. Meanwhile, the CEO of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, he is remaining optimistic, and he is pointing to all the good that the school has brought to the community and to students there. So stay with us because in 15 minutes, you're going to hear directly from him, plus hear what board members say needs to be addressed within the school if it does remain open. Now back to you.
Also happening today, Maryland's General Assembly will hear a bill aimed at preventing repeat offenders from getting plea deals. Taylor Stewart is joining us live as it is making its way to the General Assembly. Taylor?
That's right, and folks say, especially when it comes to violent crime, this would stop the courts from striking a plea deal. But we looked at a report from the Maryland Public Policy Institute. It looked at 110 different alleged homicide suspects. It found that 80% of them had previous violent crimes, and that reporting argues that had they been behind bars, those crimes would not have happened. Well, supporters of this bill agree with that. We'll tell you what side of the aisle is backing this measure at 7 o'clock and the likelihood it will move through the House and pass. That's in just a few minutes here. We're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, 6:47 now. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Last week it was adult roller coaster. This week it's like kiddie roller coaster.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Tom. Yeah, those numbers are still going to be kind of bumpy a little bit here as we get into the rest of the work week. But we get back to the above average category by the time we head into this afternoon. So our weather headlines looking like this. We definitely have some misty conditions. You saw Shannon with her umbrella out, and maybe you want the umbrella. It's not going to be raining per se this morning, but definitely cloudy and misty. A lot of that moisture left over from the rain we had yesterday. And temps are in the lower 40s right now. We are expecting more afternoon sunshine. Not going to be until we get to later today. And those temps that will eventually get to the mid to upper 50s for us here in Baltimore. So here's a look at our HD radar, and you can barely see any of that little green right there for parts of Baltimore City and areas south down through Anne Arundel County. Again, it's more of the mist that we're seeing. The snow continues to fall in areas of northern New York, up into parts of Vermont, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts and Connecticut, all seeing all of that kind of winter system that we were on the bottom edge of yesterday. If you are out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, temperature staying in the 40s. Maybe just grab your rain slicker out there. Hank the Bird, good morning. Yeah, he's excited about today. Temperatures in the mid 40s by 9 a.m. Hank's pretty much always excited. Mid-50s into the noontime hour, and we'll be in those mid to upper 50s again with more sun later this afternoon. Typically this time of year, the last day of February, right about 50 degrees. We're going to be in those mid to upper 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Doesn't feel like it right now, but even for you in Hartford and Cecil counties, we'll see those low to mid 50s break out as we head toward the afternoon. And here is that roller coaster that Tom was talking about. Yeah, a little bit of a bump there, so kind of a fun ride there in the upper 60s by Thursday. We do drop back to the lower 50s Friday, and notice we keep those 50s going into next week. Here's a look at that future scan. Clouds staying with us here through most of the middle part of the day, but by the afternoon, more sun on the way. Wednesday looking pretty good. There's going to be another system coming through late Wednesday night into Thursday. Could bring a few light rain showers in the overnight hours, but we dry out by Thursday afternoon, that warmer day. Just 12 days until we spring forward for daylight saving time. We're 17 days out from St. Patty's Day. Less than 3 weeks now until the spring equinox. Of course, meteorological spring starts tomorrow, and meteorological spring is defined as March, April, and May. So March 1st is tomorrow. There's those showers that I was talking about, just a few of them here early Thursday. And then again, all day Friday will be a rainy day and colder, but we are dry for the weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a look at your drive time so far this morning. Look at this. Because of the weather he was just talking about, 795 to 95 is now an 18-minute commute. That's only 8, and then 15 minutes to travel from 95 to 83. Now we want to give you a live look from our Lens Solar mobile track. You see this, the droplets there on the camera here. They just cleared up the scene earlier where in Overley on the outer loop where there was a crash, and it's cleaned up, and now traffic is starting to move. So they just left that area here from your Len Stoller mobile track, and you can see the front cameras there moving along just great. Good news.
650 trending now. Does Gen Z have the ability to knock a global smartphone competitor off its throne?
Mark Clark with Be More Lifestyle joins us here in studio with more on this. Good morning, Mark.
That's right. World domination. iPhones. Gen Zers worldwide are choosing to use iPhones over Androids now. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that this could lead to Apple dominating the global phone market like they do right here in the good old USA. About 52% of Gen Zers living in South Korea own an iPhone, an 8% jump from 2 years ago. That's according to a Gallup poll. Samsung, which was founded in South Korea, did not see that success. Gen Zers use of Samsung smartphones fell 1% within that same period, and Samsung continues to be on the top in the global phone market, but Apple is a close second. So, guys, I think here, iPhone has been in the lead forever, right? And so,
as it should be.
Whatever.
Wow. You know what's so interesting? I'm not shocked. Patrice is an iPhoner, and then Tom, you're an Androider.
Yeah.
So Tom, what do you think? Why do you think it's starting to catch fire in other countries now?
Advertisement.
That's it. Advertising.
It's better.
Well, let me money doesn't have as many features as this. You can
How
keep
much
this for
time
6 to
do you
7
have?
years.
Let me get into the iPhone. We'll talk about it later. We'll pick this up again, Mark.
Fine. Okay, we're not going to fight about it.
Yeah, we are. All right, well, TikTok is officially banned from federal devices, Androids and iPhones. Still to come this morning, why the popular video sharing app is being removed in more countries than one.
The housing market finally seeing an increase of pending home sales. Why this good news is coming with some bad news for homeowners. The good and the bad, right?
The good and the bad. This is the only thing that's always good.
That's right. It's time for a coffee break.
Wall Street is gearing up for another potential rate hike. The next one might be more painful than the last, especially after a hotter than expected inflation report.
Stocks and Monday up after last week. The Dow adding 72 points. The S&P went up a modest 12 points. Now, a recent survey by conservative think tank American Compass shed some light on the middle class in America and the limited options some say they have to attain that threshold.
Dee Gatton with the National Desk explains.
71% of Americans said it is vitally important to be able to support your family on one parent's income, according to American Compass's Family Affordability Survey. Whether respondents think they can achieve that is another issue. Some parents have told me in this economy, achieving the American dream has become more difficult.
The essentials that you will get, like bread, eggs, milk, water, those things are expensive.
I'm not mentioning things that are luxurious. These are things that my animals need to eat, my children need to eat. I found ways to not drive our cars so we don't have to tax the mileage.
A recent American Compass survey found parents with an income of $40,000 to $60,000 are as likely to worry about affording essentials like a home and nutritious food as parents with an income below $20,000. 71% of people in the survey said sending two parents into the workforce is a problem because they say they don't have the choice they once had to live a middle-class lifestyle on one income.
With the cost of housing, the price of food, transportation, energy costs having gone up significantly over the past couple of years and much faster than wages and salaries have grown, this hope or ideal of raising a family on a single income, I think slips further and further out of our grasp. I don't think a full reversal to the Leave It to Beaver lifestyle is something that's in the cards for American culture.
Economists such as Dr. Sean Snaith point out their belief that overall expectations of what middle-class lifestyle entails has drifted higher. According to a recent Pew Research Center analysis of government data, adults who live in middle-class households fell from 61% in 1971 to 50% in 2021. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
The housing market surprised analysts with pending home sales climbing more than 8% from December to January.
Now, that data comes from the National Association of Realtors and represents signed contracts, not deals that actually close.
Well, the reason for the uptick is likely because mortgage rates fell during that time after peaking at more than 7%. Also, this data is more than a month old.
For the past several weeks, mortgage rates have been on the climb again. In fact, right now, the monthly payment on the average house is about 45% more than it was just 1 year ago.
Now developing Councilman Zeke Cohen, along with council members James Torrance and Odette Ramos, are introducing a new bill to protect renters in Baltimore City.
Yeah, it would actually require the Department of Housing to identify apartment buildings in Baltimore with the biggest problems like rats or broken elevators to be then subject to building inspections twice a year and hold landlords accountable.
Let me be clear. This is not an anti-landlord bill. This is an anti-slumlord bill. The vast majority of property owners in Baltimore operate responsibly.
Well, the bill still has a while before it comes to a vote. A committee will work through it first.
The fate of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys being decided today. Coming up, we're live from City School headquarters with the build-up ahead of today's vote.
There's a bill moving through the General Assembly right now that would stop plea deals for violent offenders. We'll tell you more about it in just a few minutes.
A cloudy and gray morning, even some mist that is hanging around from that rain we saw yesterday. We'll track when our next actual weather maker rolls through, bringing more rain and what the temperatures do this week. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, February 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at our forecast, and behind you, the Towson camera. It's a little...
Yeah, kind of gray out there, misty as well. That's kind of what we're seeing from our Weather Authority forecast. And yeah, overall, we have the rain yesterday that rolled through. Folks to the north definitely saw some of the winter weather. No winter weather for us here, but our temperatures are hanging out in the 30s, even some lower 40s for you. Woodlawn over to Baltimore City, 40 in Essex and Middle River, 38 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley this hour. So check in your weather story. Cloudy and cool this morning, more afternoon sunshine and temperatures that will be above average eventually by the time we get into later today. So Mr. Bo says, yeah, take it slow. Roads are just a little bit wet. Numbers mainly in the low to mid 40s over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. And now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, taking a look at some of your drive times. Not too bad, actually, with this, with what's going on out there with the roads Justin was just talking about. 95 southbound, though, right at Maryland, 543 here. We've got an accident on the left, right in the left shoulder. Not really causing any delays there. All the other delays are just because of volume. Now we want to go to some breaking news. Just coming into our newsroom here, we're getting reports of a fire in Dundalk, right in Kavanaugh and Oxley Roads. In fact, our crews are heading to the scene there. That photo on your right-hand side, that's from Baltimore County Volunteers, their Twitter feed, and they're saying that they're working residential fire with rescues and injuries, even saying multiple injured civilians, conditions grave for some of them, too. So we'll continue to follow this as soon as our crews get to that scene.
7:02 now. We begin this morning with the crisis in the classroom happening today. The Baltimore City School Board is set to decide the fate of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys.
The school is at risk of losing its charter over what school officials call technicalities.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from school headquarters with this ongoing fight. Shannon.
Yeah, today board members, Patrice, right here with Baltimore City Schools, they will decide whether the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys has to close its doors or not. And this is a highly anticipated decision that was supposed to come last week, but it was ultimately pushed back until today after that vote came down to a 5-5 deadlock. But despite that, the CEO of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, he is remaining optimistic ahead of tonight's vote. Listen.
That's their job, to have concerns. And so I want them to work that out. I want them to be able to be comfortable with supporting us. But I implore them to just think about what we do for the city. There's lots of parents who thank us for turning their sons around.
Yeah, remember City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises, she is recommending that the school stay open, saying that it has improved. But when they were discussing that recommendation last week, the board had a laundry list of concerns and conditions for the school. So here's a look at what they want to see happen. Moving forward, they want the school to bring on more certified teachers, improve special education services, and they also want them to hire a city-approved financial advisor. But as I mentioned, when it came down to their decision last week, though, the votes were tied, and ultimately they defer the vote until tonight's meeting at 5 p.m. So, of course, we will be following this very closely on air and online. Reporting live from City School headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to your session 2023 coverage happening today. Maryland's General Assembly will hear a bill aimed at preventing repeat offenders from getting plea deals.
Taylor Stewart joins us live with more on the bill that's backed by Republicans. Taylor?
That's right. Now, this specific bill aims at stopping plea deals for folks who've already been convicted of a violent crime. Fox 45 News has been covering plea deals for a while now. One of the cases that put it on our purview is that of Luther Trent. Now, he spoke with us, told us he had set his ex-girlfriend's home on fire with 2 of her roommates inside. He spent less than 6 months behind bars after a plea deal was struck with former City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby's office. Well, take a listen to what he said about that.
I disrupted somebody's life. I traumatized somebody. For real. I was expecting to get time.
And he did eventually get time. A federal judge has placed him behind bars for those 3 attempted murders in relation to that fire. But a Maryland Public Policy Institute report shows out of 110 homicide suspects, 80% of them had already been convicted of a violent crime prior to that. Their argument is that had they been behind bars, those next crimes would not have occurred. Well, Republicans who are backing this bill agree with that. That is moving through the House right now. It's going to have to get Democrat support in order for it to pass the legislature, but we will keep our eyes on it as it continues to move forward. For now, we're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Taylor. Thursday, the State House will hear a number of bills from both Democrats and Republicans focusing on juvenile justice.
According to the Baltimore Police Department, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with murder, robbery, or weapons charge in Baltimore so far this year.
I think we can anticipate that there will be more juveniles involved in violent crime or crime in general because they don't have the education. And secondly, there are no consequences for their actions. There are no effective consequences.
Now, from the Democrats, the Youth Equity and Safety Act, which would end the practice of automatically charging juveniles as adults in serious crimes like murder. Also, you have the Youth Accountability and Safety Act. Now, this would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from being charged with felony murder.
From the Republicans, a bill would change the age a child cannot be charged with any crime from 13 years old down to 11. Also, the Juvenile Gun Offenses Accountability Act of 2023, that would allow children accused of gun crimes to be charged as long as they are at least 10 years of age.
I think we're arguing among lawyers and politicians, and I think some people do understand that perpetrators at a certain age probably have been led to that behavior. But on the other hand, I think, again, that we don't put the victim at the center enough.
Now, former FBI agent Tyrone Powers, you just heard, stressing the need for juvenile justice legislation to ensure consequences and correct behavior.
If you want to contact your area lawmakers about crime, education, or other issues, you can point your phone's camera at the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to our website where we have listed official email and phone numbers for your state senators and delegates. We are keeping an eye on another round of winter storms impacting much of the Northeast right now.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center with a look at some of the conditions out there this morning. Megan?
Guys, and this is interesting because we've been watching this all morning long, and you're starting to see those conditions worsen there. We're going to begin in Narragansett Beach, Rhode Island, where you can see the beach in the back there. The waves getting a little stronger. We're seeing that wintry mix now falling. They're under a winter storm warning. They could see anywhere from 5 to 7 inches of snow there today. And guess what? There's even more snow possible in upstate New York. Live look now from Saratoga, where they could see up to 10 inches. We just saw that snow picking up in the last 15 minutes or so. New York City is not expected to see or feel the brunt of this one, but could pick up a few inches, which can cause some headaches, we know there. Taking a live look, you can see just wet conditions is what they're feeling right now. We know that this is going to be a very messy day out there for millions of commuters across the Northeast this morning, both on the roads and in the air. We've been tracking some flight cancellations and delays. We are now up to over 5,300 delays here. We've got 1,300 cancellations. And as we look at this, guys, the majority of these are coming in from New York and Boston. And we're likely going to see that number climb as this weather really picks up here this morning. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the alerts for the Northeast. In the pink there, those are the winter storm warnings. Then the purple, we've got the advisories. This is all part of that same system, guys, that same storm system that brought another day of severe weather to millions from Illinois to Ohio yesterday. In fact, check out this video. Tornado caught on camera near Champaign, Illinois. Always remarkable to see these caught on camera. We know 3 more tornadoes were reported in the greater Chicago area yesterday. Fortunately, no injuries reported. However, serious damage reported just north of Cincinnati. Look at this. After a suspected tornado hit several homes. This is in Butler County, Ohio. That window out there, several trees down. In Michigan, right now we know crews are still working on power line repairs near Detroit after last week's ice storm. And just as they were making progress there, yesterday's blast of cold and ice hit, leading to new outages in central Michigan. We're actually getting word here this morning the state still has about 150,000 people in the dark right now. About half of those now approaching a full week in the dark. Just imagine that. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers into this, the expert. Any chance as we look at all that blue up there, it's not going to hit us, Justin,
No,
is it?
we are on the southern end of that, Megan. That's why we saw the rain yesterday, but continuing to see that snow that is pounding parts of the Northeast. And Philly and New York did get some snow from the system yesterday, but again, most of the brunt of that system, you can see it right there as that radar moves through from Syracuse across to Albany, over to Manchester, Boston, Portland, Maine, all getting hit with a winter weather maker for them. For us, a few light showers. It's mainly mist as you make your way out, but you probably will still get a little bit wet, so just be aware of that if you're out for your run or your jog. Temps in the low to mid 40s over the next couple of hours. We do expect some sunshine later today. We'll be talking about that and when our next weather maker brings more rain to the area later this week. We'll do that in a little bit.
7:10 taking you live to the Supreme Court this morning, where they will decide if millions of student loan borrowers will see up to $20,000 of their debt canceled.
Now, the court is hearing two challenges to the plan today. For the one, 6 Republican-led states say they would be harmed financially if the program goes into effect. For the others, well, it involves a lawsuit filed by 2 students. They argue the president has overstepped his authority and say the $400 billion cost over the next 3 decades is just too high.
Take a look at this. Supporters of President Biden's student debt relief plan even gathered outside the Supreme Court last night. Their hope the justices will let the plan move forward, wiping out or reducing debts for millions following today's hearing. But a decision from the court is not expected until the end of the term in late June or early July.
How and when the justices rule will also determine when payments on federal student loans will continue after that pandemic-related pause went into place nearly 3 years ago.
The Biden administration has said that payments will resume 60 days after litigation over the forgiveness program is resolved, or at the end of August, whichever comes first.
Well, here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. After a sinkhole swallows homes on North Avenue in Baltimore, the city says the storm drain that caused it was inspected and cleared. How documentation, though, Fox 45 News uncovered, shows a much different story.
After our emails to city leaders went ignored, we tracked them down. Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore demands answers on the repeated education failures. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:15. Should a woman's reproductive freedom be an inalienable right protected by the state constitution? That is up for debate as several bills are making their way through the General Assembly. For today's State House Spotlight, Republican State Senator Justin Reedy and Democratic State Senator Ariana Kelly joining us this morning. Good morning to the both of you.
Morning.
Morning. So there are 4 different bills providing protections to women and to providers in various ways. Let's get into it. And I guess maybe we start with the question, does a woman get to decide what is best for her in her body? Should she have that protected right to make those decisions as opposed to a lawmaker? Senator Kelly, let's start with you.
Sure, absolutely. And thank you so much for having this important discussion this morning. So that's the premise that underlies all 4 of these bills. But in particular, the first bill that is the constitutional amendment. What we saw in the U.S. Constitution, constitutional rights to reproductive freedom were rolled back. So the thing we're trying to do in Maryland with the support of the governor, the Senate president, and the Speaker of the House is make sure the voters of Maryland have a right to decide if we want to enshrine that in the Maryland Constitution.
Senator Reedy, let me ask you that same question. Does a woman have the right to decide what happens to her body, or should lawmakers decide that?
Well, the question is whether we want to put in our state constitution the unfettered access to an abortion at any stage for any reason, no matter how, no matter the age of the fetus, the age of the child. That's the question right now. And also, do we want to make it to where they have a right to a safe abortion? Because there's no real regulations on that in the bill or any of these other bills. So there's more concerns than just how you feel about maybe I'm very pro-life. I believe in life pretty much from the moment of conception. I don't know that whether our laws would be there or not. You know, most people agree there should be some limits at some point. And so the question is, where is that limit? And this constitutional amendment leaves no room for any kind of discussion, no room for scientific changes. We now know so much more about life at all stages of pregnancy than we did 25, 30 years ago. And this amendment basically shuts that down forever. We already have, Maryland is already a state where abortion is completely legal. There's no threat to that. The voters voted to have that in a referendum many, many years ago to make that clear. So a lot of this is really about, do we want to become sort of an abortion capital of the world and at least of the United States? And do we want it to be legal in all cases, no questions asked, all the way up to the moment of birth?
So if I can correct the record
yes,
from
go
my
ahead.
friend Senator Reedy, who we have worked together on a lot of healthcare issues, and he's a great guy. But Maryland law currently allows for regulation for abortion. And what we're doing with this constitutional amendment is ensuring that the current system we have continues, which is very different from what he described. What he described is not the system we have on the ground in Maryland, nor the one that's been working for many years in Maryland. Thank you. There are almost no exceptions. There are almost no exceptions. At any point in a pregnancy, you can terminate a pregnancy in Maryland legally. The doctor has to say that there's concern about even the mental health of the mother, but there is no limit to abortion. And most of our abortions, by the way, are Medicaid abortions. So a lot of times it's folks in poverty that are being served in their community by, frankly, organizations with racist histories that prey on those communities. So I think when we talk about I don't mean to cut you off, but
and I'm going to let this be the last word. I just had to give one question, and you guys went for it, but that's a good discussion.
This is a hot issue, but I just think it's very important. The way you framed the question is actually the question, right? It's not about whether there are restrictions and whether the law tells people what to do. What we have seen in all those other states that have put bans in, 14 states that have banned already, we expect up to be 26. You see those stories coming out of those healthcare related scenarios that are tragic and heartbreaking from people who need to access healthcare but can't because the legislators, the politicians have put a ban on the books. We are not healthcare providers, right? This is a decision that belongs between a person who's pregnant and their healthcare provider without the elected officials in between. And so that's the system we're trying to set up.
And we'll leave it there, or else, as you said, this could continue to go on. We thank you both for joining the discussion this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
7:19 is the time right now, and some are seeing snow in our country and heavy amounts, while we're not seeing that at all.
And haven't seen it pretty much for the winter, so, you know, there's that. I know a lot of people aren't excited about that. I'm ready for spring now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice, Tom. And yeah, New York actually got its first measurable snowfall of the season yesterday, as did Philly. Even saw a few flakes that were flying. Most of that heavier snow is well to the north of us. While we're left with the rain, we saw that yesterday. A lot of cloud cover, a lot of fog right now, and mist that is out there. So you look right down the 395 out toward the Patapsco and definitely seeing some of the misty conditions. You'll need your wipers today, maybe even the umbrellas if you're going to be outside, at least for the morning time, because by the afternoon, we do expect these clouds to break up and we'll see more sun. Right now, we're at 41. Notice that humidity at 93%. And yeah, you can see that even when we put the HD radar on, doesn't show a lot in terms of actual rain that's falling. It's just the misty conditions. But this is all the snow that is taking place in the Northeast. I think we have a shot on our smart board if we can take that real quick. This is what we're seeing there. WGME, that is in Rhode Island, I believe. No. Maine. Yeah, GME is in Maine. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, that is set up in Maine. So that's what Willow's Pizza looks like this morning. There's a lot of cars there. Either they're stuck there from eating pizza last night or they're having to deal with this, driving around in the snow. So again, that's where if you want the snow, you gotta go. Unfortunately, no snow here. Or fortunately, as the kids get out to the bus stop, probably for the kids, they're like, what the heck? Are we ever going to get a snow day again, Justin? Well, I don't know. 41 in this hour. We're in the mid-50s by noon. And by the time we get to the afternoon, the wind is going to pick up later today. It will help to elevate our temperatures to the mid to upper 50s, even some lower 60s possible from Laurel down through D.C., lower 70s in Richmond. So notice where the colder areas, New York and Philly, will be in those mid to upper 50s right here in the sweet spot in the mid-Atlantic. Outdoors cast, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, green lights. I know it's kind of crappy out there right now, or cruddy, if you will, but we will see more of that sun later today. And looking at our future scan, taking you through the afternoon, more sun is on the way. Overall, tomorrow looking pretty good. Late Wednesday into Thursday, a weak system's going to bring a few showers through. Thursday afternoon, we're going to really warm up, and then our next weather maker bringing more rain to us is coming in on Friday. Shout out to Amanda R., Binks, and Bella, two cute little doggies right there. Thank you so much for sending me that picture, Amanda. I appreciate it. Love to get your pet pics too. JC Chambers at FOX baltimore.com. All right, here we go. Let's get that 7-day forecast rolling for you. We'll keep those 50s today and tomorrow. Upper 60s Thursday. Cold rain on Friday. Only lower 50s for our highs, but we are dry for the first weekend of March. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Supreme Court addressing the future of student loan debt in the U.S., the concerns surrounding the massive price tag with it.
AI technology is blurring the line between reality and fiction. Coming up next, we're putting our viewers to the test to see if you all can catch the difference between AI content and real content. 7:23 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. happening this morning. In today's day and technical age, it is becoming much more clear that you can't trust everything that you see, that you read, or that you hear on the internet.
Yeah, AI is very difficult to detect, especially for someone who does not have the correct tools or knowledge.
So we want to see if you're able to spot the difference. We have two recordings of Megan Gillen. One is real and one is an artificial intelligence recording.
We're about to play both for you, and then you guess which one is the real Megan Gillen. All right, here's the first one.
On Wednesday, the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE is back on the Board of Estimates agenda. The mayor approved the conduit deal at a Board of Estimates meeting earlier this month without two members of the board, City Comptroller Bill Henry and City Council President Nick Mosby. They were attempting to stop the vote. Voters seem to be against the conduit deal. In November, city residents voted overwhelmingly to block the sale or transfer of the conduit system.
All right, here's the second recording.
Looking ahead this morning, on Wednesday, the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE is back on the Board of Estimates agenda. The mayor approved the conduit deal at a Board of Estimates meeting earlier this month without two members of the board, City Comptroller Bill Henry and City Council President Nick Mosby. They were attempting to stop the vote. Voters seemed to be against the conduit deal. In November, city residents voted overwhelmingly to block the sale or transfer of the conduit system.
Now is the time for you to weigh in on those two recordings you just heard. Which voice did you think was the real Megan Gillen? The first or the second? You can guess by heading to foxbaltimore.com and clicking on the midday tab. So far, 8% of our voters say the first one is real Megan. 92% say the second recording is the real one. Coming up in just about 20 minutes, we reveal the answers. Plus, we have a tech expert in studio right now, about to get him mic'd up, joining us with a live to give us some important information that you need to know to protect yourself from getting duped by AI. Cloudy to start the morning, but we will see some sunshine later in the afternoon. Ooh. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, tracking our next chance for rain in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And right after the break, Project Baltimore is demanding answers 3 weeks after it broke the story that 23 city schools had 0 students among those tested score proficient in math. We'll have the latest on that investigation. 7:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning, 7:31. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Just looking at some shots from the Northeast. Nasty looking up there. You know, you can't even see Boston right now because of the just whatever's falling out of the sky. Look at that.
Well, and so we don't have what's falling out of the sky, but our skies aren't looking all that great right now when you look outside. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has our cloudy forecast.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, guys, is our temperatures were just too warm yesterday to get any of that to turn over to snow. We definitely had the rain that rolled through, and this is what it looks like right now with the sun that is now up looking over M&T Bank Stadium. But New York City received their first significant snowfall of the year. Meanwhile, California, Mammoth Mountain, 600 inches of snow. Now, granted, that's a ski resort, but either way, they are just continuing to get pounded with more snow on the West Coast. Upper 30s and lower 40s across Maryland right now. 43 in Oakland, 37 in Westminster. We're at 41 in Baltimore City and 42 currently in Annapolis. So, yeah, a little misty out there for the next couple of hours on your morning drive. Mr. Bodo says we are good to go with temps in the 40s. We actually will slide into the mid to upper 50s this afternoon. And even though it's cloudy now, we do expect to see some sun later in the day. We'll break that down a bit further for you coming up in just a few.
7:32 and happening now, a search for answers. What are school leaders in Baltimore City and the state of Maryland doing to improve outcomes for students who attend the lowest performing schools?
It's now been 3 weeks since Project Baltimore broke the story that 23 city public schools had 0 students among those who tested scoring proficient in math.
Since then, despite requesting multiple interviews, we haven't heard from the city school CEO or the state superintendent about how they plan to help the students at those schools. So Project Baltimore went to them.
Project Baltimore came to this event at Edmonston Westside High School to get answers.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
We wanted to speak with Baltimore City Schools CEO, Dr. Sonia Santelises, about some concerning state test results.
She's going out back.
But as soon as the event ended, Dr. Santelises made a quick exit.
Dr. Santelises.
Leaving behind the curtains and hurrying down the hallway.
Dr. Santelises, can we just get a quick word with you? Can we just ask you a couple questions about the recent MCAP scores for math that came out for the school system?
Earlier this month, a Project Baltimore investigation found 23 city schools where not a single student who took the state MCAP math exam scored proficient.
Well, you sent us a statement, but we're just...
While that report has sparked public outcry, drawing national attention, Dr. Santelises has refused to answer our questions about her school system.
I think parents would like to hear directly from you, the parents that go to these schools.
Chris, parents have heard. They've heard at board meetings. We're rolling out our plans. We're visiting schools. We have, Chris. Thanks so much. It's really good to see you.
But who do you hold responsible for the 23 schools that don't have any students who tested proficient in math?
In response to our reporting, City Schools posted a statement on its website about how it plans to improve math scores, which includes professional development for teachers, small group learning, and an extended learning period at the end of the day.
Our school leaders are the most important school-based factor in student success.
But what about the head of the Maryland State Department of Education, Dr. Mohammed Chaudhry? What is his plan to help the students and families at these 23 troubled schools? MSDE oversees Maryland's public education system and a budget around $11 billion.
Good afternoon.
So after numerous emails and phone calls went unanswered, we showed up in person.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Within minutes of walking in, we were met by Dr. Sylvia Lawson, the Deputy State Superintendent for Organizational Effectiveness.
I've been trying to get a hold of you and Dr. Chaudhry.
She holds one of the highest positions in the State Department of Education, but she didn't have much to say.
Whenever we have an opportunity, we will contact you.
Okay. I mean, we've been trying for months. You haven't had an opportunity for months?
Thank you so much, Mr. Papps. I appreciate it.
No, but this is important. We'd like to ask him about the MCAP scores. We'd like to ask him about a number of issues pertaining to the school systems in the state.
You know, Mr. Papps, this is a very busy time of the year with legislative sessions. So, as I've said before, You know, we have contacted you whenever you have had questions.
No, you have not. That is not a true statement. I have emailed you.
That is a true statement, sir. So if you have any questions that you would like for us to answer, please email me again or give me a number and I'll give you a call.
We have been emailing you since December 9th about certain issues concerning enrollment and reimbursement. We have emailed you for the past couple.
We have answered your questions, sir.
No, but Miss, you clearly have not answered our questions.
Clearly
I mean, I can.
Sir. Clearly we
I will show the emails on TV. You have not answered our questions.
Our attempts to get answers on a number of topics, including enrollment, funding, and GO students, go back to December 9th, when we sent this email to MSDE. Since then, we've resent that same email 7 times and never received a reply. We've also called multiple times and never heard back.
Baltimore City is facing a devastating reality.
And after Project Baltimore exposed the concerning state test scores at those 23 city schools, we tried again. We sent emails requesting an interview with Dr. Chaudhary 4 times since February 2nd. Again, no replies or call back. That's 12 total emails and multiple phone calls that MSDE has never responded to. Even after we spoke with Dr. Lawson, they still didn't respond. So we sent one more email, this one to the Maryland State Board of Education, requesting to sign up for public comment at this Tuesday's state school board meeting. Coming up on Wednesday, we'll show you what happens. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
2 teens hurt, a man killed in a triple shooting. Fox 45 News examines the juvenile justice bills on the table this legislative session and how both sides of the aisle are approaching the issue.
We can expect highs in the 50s this afternoon, but we are already tracking our next weather maker. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that system ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We want to update you on this breaking news that we've been following. Just coming into our newsroom here, this is a live look from the scene. Reports in Dundalk. This is on Kavanaugh Road, right at Oxley Road. A line of fire trucks are stretching down the road there. They've been there for a while. Now, the flames appear to be mostly out right now, but crews still on this scene examining. Make sure you stay right here with us. We're hearing reports, and earlier we heard from Baltimore County Volunteer Firefighters Association. They tweeted out that there was some injuries, multiple injuries in civilians in grave and stable conditions. So there was even somebody that they had to rescue in that burning two-story row home right there, that second one in. So we're hearing, though, some bad news coming from that. We're waiting for that to be official to find out the actual numbers. But again, this is a fire that's happening right now in Dundalk. They're still trying to put out the last bit of flames there inside and clearing out the scene. You can see the flashlights coming out of that front door right now. Find out exactly what's going on here in just a little bit. Shannon Lilly's actually on her way there. Will be providing an update for us from that scene.
All right, thanks, Tom. 7:41 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. Temperatures region-wide, mainly in the 30s and 40s. Philly at 39, 41 Baltimore, 45 Salisbury. But you go to Roanoke, we're at 60 degrees. So we definitely will be tapping into some more of that milder air, especially as we get later into the afternoon after these clouds break up. So it's a bit misty out there. Maybe grab at least a light rain jacket or a slicker as you're going to be heading out. 8 to 9 o'clock hour. We'll keep those temperatures in the 40s for your jogging cast. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Following a string of violent incidents in Towson, Fox 45 News now questioning if surveillance cameras really help reduce crime or at least to help solve the crime. In our next hour, we'll be speaking with law enforcement expert on the pros and cons.
And it's always been tough to tell what's real versus what's fake online, but artificial intelligence is only making things harder. Up next, how you can tell the difference between real content and AI content. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.45. Well, artificial intelligence is very difficult to detect, especially for someone who is not using the analytical tools the intelligence community has. We want to put our viewers to the test and see if they're able to spot the difference. We have 2 recordings right now of Megan Gillen. One is real, one is AI recording. We'll play both for you right now, and then you can guess which one is the real Megan Gillen. Here's the first one.
On Wednesday, the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE is back on the Board of Estimates agenda. The mayor approved the conduit deal at a Board of Estimates meeting earlier this month without 2 members of the board, City Comptroller Bill Henry and City Council President Nick Mosby. They were attempting to stop the vote. Voters seem to be against the conduit deal. In November, city residents voted overwhelmingly to block the sale or transfer of the conduit system.
Well, now we want to play the second recording for you.
Looking ahead this morning, on Wednesday, the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE is back on the Board of Estimates agenda. The mayor approved the conduit deal at a Board of Estimates meeting earlier this month without 2 members of the board, City Comptroller Bill Henry and City Council President Nick Mosby. They were attempting to stop the vote. Voters seem to be against the conduit deal. In November, city residents voted overwhelmingly to block the sale or transfer of the conduit system.
All right, well, right now, it's time for you to weigh in. Which voice did you just hear that you think was the real Megan, the first or the second? You can guess by heading over to foxbaltimore.com, clicking on the midday tab and giving us your answer. Now, the technology may have you guessing constantly on what is real and what you can trust. In fact, joining us now, an expert in analyzing AI and has used it for more than a decade, Chief Communications Officer with Liberty Blockchain, Christopher Alexander. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
We put that question out for our viewers. We did it also nightside with our anchor, Kai Jackson, too, before, and we kind of posed that to our viewers to see which one is. This one for us, we know her personally, so we were able to pick it up right away. Some of our viewers guessed 8% said, you know what, the first one is her. The second one says 92%. Which one was the real Megan?
The second one.
Yeah. How can you tell? What are some of the keys? I mean, you were very quick to say that, you were shocked that there was 8% going the other way.
Yeah. Well, the first one sounds too perfect in the background. It's very, very clean. You could hear the production, other things happening. 1, 2, you can hear, it's very hard for the AI to replicate when the voice trails off for a human being. So you could hear in the second one the tonality at the end as she was moving on. And then you listen for air being pushed out into what are called fricatives, like th and f, things where air is moving. The AI really struggles. And there was one really bad transition where the AI was clearly didn't have her voice, so it was sort of coloring between the lines to get to the next time it had hers. And so that's when you hear those little glitchy sounds, if that makes sense.
Now, there are better recordings than that, though. I mean, we just did that real quick. It took us less than 3 minutes to put together and do that yesterday. Megan read a little bit, and then boom, we put it in, fed it in the AI, and that's what came out. People would spend time, hours, days even perfecting it and getting it right so that they can hear a clean, crisp voice. So you can't tell the difference between human and computer.
Absolutely, and what they might have done is put production sounds in the background, maybe said, oh, it's a video of a video to layer more sound in and kind of camouflage it. And in fact, there was a case where they called a bank in Hong Kong using a supervisor's voice and got I believe a $35 million wire transfer by pushing buttons that were the answer to each question after they sent a fake email.
Going back to like movies from like the 80s, when we were talking about this, and Ferris Bueller, with those little recordings, that's actually come a long way, even though a lot of experts say we're still in the infancy of AI.
Absolutely, and you can detect, luckily, with technology, a deep fake audio. It gets harder when someone's not expecting it. So if you receive a strange phone call, ask a few questions. Ask a question that you know is not the right answer, like, how's my cat? And see what they say, because someone may be social engineering their way into giving you answers to deceive you.
Oh, that's really good. Really thrown off question that's not part to a typical conversation that you'd have with a human.
Absolutely.
A human would go, well, I'm sorry, what are you saying? Where a computer may try and answer you.
Absolutely. Or if it's a person, just ask them something you know is wrong and see if, because they don't know, they try to guess the answer and give you the wrong information about yourself.
We're showing like a kind of a scary side of this, but what about a positive side of this? I mean, AI can do a lot of things. We just heard yesterday, Mark Zuckerberg is saying Facebook and Snapchat and Instagram are really pushing it. They've got millions, if not billions, going into trying setting this up to help with social media.
Oh, there's amazing things. In healthcare, they can detect if you have PTSD from your voice when you don't know that you're about to have a PTSD episode. Tightening in the throat muscles can be an indicator of a heart attack. and AI is able to recognize those patterns and then alert someone. I worked on a project where they were predicting the weather with 99% accuracy 1 hour out to anticipate weather delays so they could reroute people. So there's all kinds of conveniences and medical advantages that AI can offer.
Christopher Alexander with Liberty Blockchain. Thank you so much for giving us a couple minutes of your time, and I'm sure we'll have you back because AI is just starting here. Wait until the infancy turns into a toddler coming up here in just a little bit. Thank you again. We appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
All right, well, meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's been predicting the weather for us around here for quite some time with great accuracy. AI going to take your job?
Hope not. That's the hope, Tom. I'll just keep coming in until my card doesn't work out front. So our weather headlines, got a lot of cloud cover that's out there and kind of misty conditions at this time. We're in the lower 40s, actually on our way to temps above average in the mid to upper 50s. And even though it's cloudy now, we are expecting some sunshine. Probably going to take a while, talking after about 2, 3 o'clock before we finally see some of that sun. So we'll get it for at least a little bit, possibly able to see that sunset tonight. Our HD radar is quiet. It's still misting out there. We are seeing that snow that is in the northeast, bringing the first significant snowfall to a lot of folks just to the north of us here. Next hour will be in the lower 40s as we get through the middle part of the day today. Temperatures getting into the mid 50s, and later this afternoon on our way to the mid to upper 50s, again with breezy conditions and a little bit more sunshine. And temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties, you're still going to be in that above average category. Typically the last day of February, we're right about 50 degrees, and we're going to be almost 10 degrees above that number. Even Laurel and Odenton close to 60 today. Areas to the south will see temperatures a little bit warmer, especially as more of those clouds move from the southwest to the northeast. That's what we're going to continue to see as we take you through the later part of the afternoon. In that 4 and 5 o'clock hour, that's when we'll see a better chance of that sunshine, even though it'll be short-lived because the sun goes down a little bit after or before 6 o'clock. Our future scan looking good, however, on Wednesday. That'll be a warmer afternoon with plenty of sunshine. And then on Thursday, that's going to be our next weather maker. It's late Wednesday into Thursday with a few clouds coming in, actual rain and a rainy day. That's coming on Friday. That's the next weather maker rolling in. And temps will be colder, too. Only 51 on Friday after a high of 68 on Thursday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. The trial that has captivated the country will have its closing arguments tomorrow. Why defense witnesses are now disputing testimony from the state witnesses over Alec Murdaugh's son and how he was killed.
And they may be young, but don't overlook the power that Gen Z holds. Up next, why the group may be responsible for the decline of a global smartphone competitor.
One other place that's really big contention, and a lot of people are very particular on what they brew every morning.
Yeah, and what they put in it after the cream,
oh, yes.
No cream or black.
Don't mess with that system, right?
Right. Whatever you do, it's time for a coffee break. 7:56 trending now. Does Gen Z have the ability to knock a global smartphone competitor off their throne?
Well, guess what? Mark Clark with Be More Lifestyle joins us here in studio with the answer. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, guys. Gen Zers worldwide are choosing to use iPhones over Androids. Now, the Wall Street Journal is saying that this could lead to Apple dominating the global phone market like they do right here in the good old USA. About 52% of Gen Zers living in South Korea own an iPhone, an 8% jump from 2 years ago. That according to a Gallup poll. Samsung, which was founded in South Korea, did not see that such success. Gen Zers' use of Samsung smartphone fell 1% within that same period. Samsung continues to be on the top of the global market, but Apple is a close second. And again, here, I think in the United States, it's been pretty dominant. And now it looks like it's going worldwide.
I get it. I mean, I'm an iPhone user, loyal.
Samsung right here, Android right here. I've had this for like 7 years. It's price. They start, price points are better for an iPhone trying to compete.
And also Gen Z, that's 11 to 26. So the parents are probably buying the phones for them. They're on the parents' plan. And if the parents have the iPhone, then you're getting what the parents have on their plan. So there you go.
Yeah. And I think it's more easy for the kids to use, but well, that's enough. That's enough.
We don't want to start more arguments.
Right.
All
Thanks,
right, Mark.
Cloudy to start your morning, but will we see sunshine later on this afternoon? Look at that live shot outside right now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance for rain in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:58 is your time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, February 28th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen, and we've been following breaking news here this morning.
That's right. Let's go right out to the scene. The Baltimore County Fire Department sharing an update on that fire in Dundalk. Let's listen.
It is one adult male. I don't have the age at this time.
Do you know how many people were inside the building at the time?
There are a total of 4 people inside the building.
And no word on the extent of injuries on
I confirm that there were 2 fatalities at this time. There's 1 person unaccounted for at this time. Fire investigations are still investigating right now.
We were also told, I've heard from neighbors that there's a possible oxygen tank involved. Do you have anything to say about that?
I can't confirm anything about that. Fire investigations will be investigating and determine the nature of that.
What are the steps happening right now behind us?
So right now we have the fire marshal there investigating, fire investigations are investigating, and they're just doing an overhaul right now. The fire has been knocked, it's under control, and there's no current fire right now.
What about the buildings to the left and right?
At this time, I can't confirm if there was any extension into those structures. Again, they're investigating, and they'll get that information to you. At this time, there were no injuries to any fire personnel.
And this happened just before 7, correct?
It was approximately 6:20 this morning.
Do you know who made the call?
At this time, I don't know who made that phone call.
There are 2 fatalities. Do we know where they were in the home?
At this time, I cannot confirm where they are. Fire investigations are investigated, and they'll have that information for you at a later time. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, your name.
All right, so we're going to check back in with our reporter who is out there at the scene because we went into this news conference update in the middle of it. So we heard that there were 4 people in the home, 2 fatalities. One sounds like they're still unaccounted for, and we did not hear the situation with the 4th person. So we're going to check in again with our reporter on scene.
You can see that investigation underway there. Shannon Lilly, that should be there any minute.
Yeah. All right, well, now we got to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, and it is a cloudy day behind you in that shot.
Cloudy and misty, too. And definitely you step outside, you will get wet here. It's just not raining, per se. And that's what we've been dealing with most of the morning here. You can see from our Towson camera those low clouds hanging around at this time. As we check and see what's going on with the temperatures, most of us are in the mid to upper 30s and even lower 40s right now. So a cool and cloudy morning. Out and about cast next couple of hours. We'll keep that drizzle around here for a little bit. Eventually, we'll start to see just mainly cloud cover. And eventually this afternoon, we do expect to see some sunshine with temperatures that will eventually rise into the mid and upper 50s and be above average by the end of the day today. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll do that in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. It is 8:04, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Today, the Baltimore City School Board is set to decide the fate of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. The school is at risk of losing its charter over what the school calls technicalities. City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises is recommending the school stay open, saying it has improved. Despite that, the board could not reach a decision during a meeting last week. Fox 45 News will bring you the board's decision both on air and online. Councilman Robert Stokes also announcing the council will hold an oversight hearing on Baltimore City Public Schools following a Project Baltimore report showing 23 city schools where 0 students of those tested are proficient in math. It will take place on April 6th, 2 months after news of the report broke. We know the council has acted quicker than that on other issues. Last year, the council took just 3 weeks to pass a bill lowering the amount of time that city leaders need to spend in office to receive a pension. It was in response to voters approving term limits on the November ballot. Mayor Brandon Scott vetoed the bill. Turning now to your session 2023 coverage. Today, Maryland's General Assembly will hear a bill aimed at preventing repeat offenders from getting plea deals.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live with more on the bill that is backed by Republicans. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. This bill, backed by Republicans, as you said, it aims to stop the courts from striking a plea deal with offenders who've already been convicted of violent crimes. Now, we've been covering plea deals for a while now here at Fox 45. One of the cases that put it on our peer review was the case involving Luther Trend. Now, he admitted to setting his girlfriend's home on fire with her and her 3 roommates inside the home. He was released from jail after 6 months last year because he struck a plea deal with then City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Take a listen to what he told us.
I disrupted somebody's life. I traumatized somebody. For real, I was expecting to get time.
Now, a federal judge did give him time after overturning that plea deal. We do know there's a study from the Maryland Public Policy Institute released just last year. They look at 110 homicide suspects. 80% of them in this study had already committed a violent crime. They argue that those guys, those people should have been behind bars. Now, Republicans today are trying to push this measure forward. It will have to get Democrat support to get passed in the state legislature, but we will keep our eyes on this as plea deals for violent offenders hangs in the balance here. We're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. A sinkhole along North Avenue in Baltimore destroys several homes over the summer. Still to come, why officials are just now coming forward with the latest reports.
Definitely cloudy skies here this morning and misty conditions out there as well. We'll talk about when that rain moves out or the mist and when we'll see some more sunshine. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We are keeping an eye on another round of winter storms impacting much of the Northeast right now. We begin live in Narragansett, Rhode Island. Look at that. Right now, residents under a winter storm warning. They're already seeing some of that wet precipitation, and they could see anywhere from 5 to 7 inches of snow there today. And there is even more snow possible in upstate New York here. So we go to pull up that here this morning. This is from Saratoga there. We know that they could see up to 10 inches. We've seen some snow flurries out there right now. That's expected to pick up as the morning continues. New York City not expected to feel the brunt of this one, but could pick up a few inches, which could cause some headaches as we look in the city there. Just wet out there right now as we take a live look there. Conditions not too bad at this hour. Again, it's what's the messy commute for millions of commuters here in the Northeast. This morning, both on the roads and in the air, we are already tracking some flight cancellations, mostly through New York and Boston as we look right there. Those numbers expected to get higher as the storm picks up. Here's a look at the alerts for the Northeast here. Pink, those are the winter storm warnings. Purple are the advisories. This is all part of the same storm system that brought another day of severe weather to millions from Illinois to Ohio yesterday. And check out this tornado here. This was caught on camera near Champaign, Illinois. 3 more tornadoes reported in the greater Chicago area yesterday. Fortunately, no injuries reported, but I'll tell you what, we're looking at serious damage reported just north of Cincinnati. Look at that. A suspected tornado hitting that area, hitting several homes in Butler County, Ohio. And in Michigan, right now, crews are still working on power line repairs near Detroit after last week's ice storm. Just as they were making progress, yesterday's blast of cold and ice hit, leading to new outages in central Michigan. Now, we are getting word the state still has about 150,000 people in the dark this morning, about half of those now approaching a full week. That's the latest from our live center. Let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see if any of that is headed our way.
Yeah, Meg, we definitely saw some of the rain from that same system yesterday. We were all a part of that. And New York City actually did get its first measurable snow from this storm yesterday. Even parts of Philly saw some of that. But yeah, you can see on this map right there, most of that heavy snow is moving up into northern New York, into parts of Boston, up into Connecticut, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Vermont, all of those states getting hit with that snow. In fact, even up toward Maine, we are seeing more of that heavier snow at this time. As for us, this is what it looks like outside. I know cold and gray, or cool and gray, with the misty conditions, so no snow for us here. And as we take you into the next couple of hours, eventually those temps will start rising, mid to upper 50s as we take you later through the morning, even topping out in the upper 50s this afternoon. And we do expect some sunshine. Going to take a while to get there, though. We're talking after about 2, 3 o'clock. Hopefully get that sun to pop out. We are talking about the next weather maker. That's rain later this week. I'm going to highlight that for you in my 7-day forecast in just a few.
Do cameras help reduce crime? After the break, we're talking about whether added cameras in Towson provide any benefit. And today, the Public Safety Accountability Dashboard is expected to launch. How this plans to represent public safety metrics across Baltimore. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Over the last several months, we've added 50 new cameras to 50 buildings. There's over 95% of the cameras are in the businesses in the Towson area.
There are more cameras out there in this country right now, between pole cameras from police departments, security cameras from buildings, Ring cameras. There are more out there in this country right now than there ever have been. And our crime numbers are higher than they have been in years.
And that has many wondering, do cameras help reduce crime or at least help solve crime? This morning, law enforcement expert and former chief of police in Martinsburg, West Virginia, Mari Richards, joining us live to weigh in. Mari, good morning. Do you think, in your experience, do these cameras make a difference? Do criminals second guess some actions knowing that they could be caught?
Well, first of all, good morning, Megan. Cameras can be an important tool, primarily, after a crime's been committed, for investigations, to get, video of an offender, vehicles, things like that. Very helpful. The big question here in Baltimore and Towson is, do they deter criminals, just like you asked? And they can if criminals fear consequences, but I'm afraid in Baltimore and Towson right now, for a couple of big problems, big reasons, that deterrence is not there.
Interesting. In your experience, are you able to use the footage to track down criminals?
Without a doubt, you get pictures, you match them up, you can do that. The problem with deterrence, though, and stopping this crime in Baltimore, and I don't think people really appreciate the damage of 8 years of Marilyn Mosby's regime. There are literally thousands of criminals out there that should have been in prison. They're out there now, and the message that went out was that if you get arrested, you're not going to prison. And then also, there's going to be a huge increase in juvenile crime. The reform bill that was passed last year opened the floodgates, and what the legislature is doing now is only going to make it worse. So these two things are going to be very hard to overcome.
Obviously, we're focused on what's happening here in our city, but we're hearing the same thing is trending across the country as well. Are we seeing those policies across the nation? Is that the same issue for everyone else, too?
Well, in big cities, particularly Democrat mayors, there are 75 cities right now, or jurisdictions, with so-called George Soros-funded state's attorneys. And these people are just like Marilyn Mosby, working for the criminals, not protecting victims. And crime has gone up there tremendously in every one of those places.
All right. Mari, thanks for weighing in. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Megan.
8:19, and time to get another check of our forecast.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the gray we're seeing outside.
Yeah, and the mist as well, too. So when you step out there, you'll definitely need at least a light rain jacket, possibly an umbrella as well. Definitely going to need the windshield wipers when you're out on the road on 395, heading out toward the Patapsco from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. We actually should see some sunshine by the time we head into the later part of the day. But right now, it's not really showing up on our radar, but we definitely have that mist and the kind of cooler temperatures that are there. Wind advisories are posted in western Maryland. That's where the wind's going to kick up today. We'll see the wind here as well, not the snow that folks are seeing in the northeast. And that's what we've been talking about this morning, finally getting some measurable snow in that part of the country. Meanwhile, our high temps today across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mainly in the mid to upper 50s. Typically, we're close to about 50 degrees for our highs for the final day of February. 58 in Baltimore City, 56 Dundalk, Perry Hall, and White Marsh in those 50s too. Upper 50s for Ellicott City and Columbia, even close to 60 in Laurel down through D.C. into Odenton, 59 in Annapolis for your high this afternoon as well. This is a look at our future scan. This is about noon. Notice the cloud cover still here. We're actually clearing from the south, so parts of Virginia and the southern end of Maryland will see more sun before we see it here in central Maryland. But by about 4 or 5 o'clock, we're expecting those clouds to eventually drift away. We'll see this nice ridge of high pressure. That's going to settle in for tomorrow, and that's what's going to bring us the warmer temperatures with more sun on Wednesday afternoon. Now, late Wednesday night into Thursday, there's a weak system that's going to be pulling through. That'll bring just a few showers to the area. But behind that, on Thursday afternoon, also looking pretty good and warm as well. The next weather maker, that's going to be the rain showers. And that's coming in early Friday morning, off and on showers through most of Friday. It clears out of here by the time we get into the overnight hours. And by Saturday, we'll see drier conditions as well. Shout out to Jamie M. That is Penny Pingleton. And Jamie says Penny does not like the rain. So thank you for that shot, Jamie. Hopefully Penny staying inside and staying dry as well. We love to get your pet picks too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Just 12 days until the time change. We're 20 days away from the spring equinox. Of course, meteorological spring starts tomorrow, and 37 days away from the O's taking the field at Camden Yards for reals. We know they're on the road in 30 days, and that's actually the first game of the regular season. They've been playing down in Sarasota with the spring training game. 7-day forecast. Look at that. 68 Thursday, colder with rain on Friday, but we are dry and a little warmer as we head into the first weekend of the new month.
12 days to the time change. Wow. All right. Well, looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, there was a crash that's been moved to the shoulder. This is near Lutherville. It's on the outer loop. Even though it's been moved to the shoulder, look at that. You can see the traffic is building. You're going at a slow crawl through that area, so give yourself some time or find an alternate route. Let's take a live look now from the Lynn Stoller mobile track. This is in the area of 97 northbound in Glen Burnie. Smooth sailing in that area. Gray skies above, but no issues to report.
The city is set to unveil a dashboard that tracks crime throughout the Baltimore region. What we're expecting today from the rollout.
I don't know. We're trying to figure out what Gen Z, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Purple, we don't know. There's so many. But Gen Z, it seems, has the ability to knock a global smartphone competitor off its throne.
Mark Clark with Be More Lifestyle joining us live in studio with more. What's going on?
That's right. Not shocked, but Gen Zers worldwide are choosing to use iPhones over Androids. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that this could lead to Apple dominating the global phone market like they do right here in the United States. About 52% of Gen Zers living in South Korea own an iPhone, an 8% jump from 2 years ago. That's according to Gallup. Samsung, which was founded in South Korea, didn't see this success. Gen Zers use Samsung smartphone. The use of the smartphone fell 1% in that same period. So that's not a good thing. Samsung continues to be on top of the global market, but looks like the iPhone is a close second, and the trends are saying that they're going to probably fall. Is that shocking? That's not shocking.
Who's Gen Z? Tell me the age group for Gen Z again.
So I just closed it out. I think they said Gen Z was
97 to
oh man, we just
something.
looked it up.
So they're old enough to have phones? I was just trying to think like that. Yeah, I guess so.
Well,
25. Yeah, that's true. Wow. But
now,
that's crazy.
For those of us that have phones, I think iPhones are much easier for the kids to use, so I think it makes sense. I think they grew up on iPhones.
And it aligns with the iPads, which is what a lot of kids have.
That's what I think it is.
So
I think it's more the alignment.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
And
we'll
no, I'm not a boomer.
out.
You guys called me a boomer earlier. No,
we didn't.
No. I thought
that
you
was
might
the
have been
floor
a
crew.
seer.
All right. We have a breezy day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at when we could feel temperatures in the 60s again.
2 killed in a fire here in Dundalk. Coming up, we are live with the very latest from the scene, including the search for a person that is still unaccounted for.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
8:30 on a Tuesday. It's February 28th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and you know what? Just watch something or read a book. If you go outside, you may just want to go back to bed. So just stay indoors, grab a great book, and you'll be set.
That sounds really nice, actually.
Not bad, right?
Yeah. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with how long our book reading might last. How long of a book?
No, I'm just trying to think. 5 or 6 hours.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
From now until about 2, 3 o'clock. That's when we're going to start to see those clouds eventually start moving on, and we'll start to see the sun popping out later today. So you just got to have faith. That's what George Michael said, one of the best albums of all time. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam in our Towson area, looking right down York Road, where the roads are still wet. It's kind of misty out there. Statewide temperatures in the 30s and 40s, so that's what we are seeing this hour. Frederick, Westminster, Bel Air, all in the upper 30s, lower 40s, Baltimore City down through Annapolis. So on your out and about cast, numbers eventually in those mid to upper 40s, and we'll slide into the 50s as we get through the middle part of the day. But it is going to take a while for that sun to creep out. By the time it does late this afternoon, we do expect numbers to creep to the upper 50s. We'll drop to the 30s tonight under clear skies, and a real nice day on Wednesdays on tap with temps also in the upper 50s. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And there's a crash that has been moved to the shoulder right near Lutherville, right on the outer loop. Traffic is building and cars slowing down in the area there. You see it in the red there on the outer loop there in Parkville area.
There's that breaking news we've been following here this morning. A house fire in Dundalk leaves 2 people dead, injuring and trapping another one.
Shannon Lilly live from the scene. She has the latest for us. Shannon?
Well, that's the unfortunate news that we are just now learning, Tom, that 2 people have died, 1 person still unaccounted for. This is still a very active scene. You can see here behind me. And judging by the look at that damage, you can see how bad this fire was. Notice that first floor, how there's just windows gone. You can see straight through the house. And we're told that there was heavy smoke on the first floor when the firefighters arrived, and 4 people inside. Now, we also are learning that a man had to jump from the window, and thankfully he has no life-threatening injuries, so he did make it out okay. But again, 4 people inside this home. We're learning 2 have died, 1 person still unaccounted for, and that 4th person did jump from the window and make it out okay. Now, no word at this point on a cause for the fire, but we do know the fire marshal is investigating, and this fire is now under control. The good news also this morning is that no firefighters were injured while battling this fire. But again, we are going to stay out here as crews continue to search for this missing person. Guys, back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Developing now, Councilman Zeke Cohen, James Torrance, and Odette Ramos are introducing a new bill to protect renters in Baltimore City, and it would require the Department of Housing to identify apartment buildings in Baltimore with the biggest problems, like rats and broken elevators, to be subject to building inspections twice a year and hold landlords accountable.
Let me be clear. This is not an anti-landlord bill. This is an anti-slumlord bill. The vast majority of property owners in Baltimore operate responsibly.
The bill still has a while before it comes to a vote. A committee will work through it first.
8:33 and happening today in a city in crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott set to announce the launch of the Public Safety Accountability Dashboard.
The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, says that this will represent public safety metrics across Baltimore. Taylor Stewart joining us live here this morning with the push for clarity. Taylor.
Yeah, guys, this is going to be a metrics dashboard that will show you where crime's occurring. They announced this rollout back in December, and so today is the day. Now, we know cities of similar size have these kind of dashboards where you can see where crime's occurring, how police are responding. And if this works as intended, it will give us a better idea as to whether the crime strategies here in Baltimore are really working. Take a listen to what we heard from political analyst John Dede about what this dashboard could mean for the city.
I think that in a community where people live, people want to know how safe this community is. And I think, ironically, the people who will use it may not necessarily be city residents. It may be a situation where people use it who are real estate agents and other groups that are saying, hey, this is a good community to move into.
Well, however you use it, it should be available today after 3 o'clock. We do know Monty's director, Shante Jackson, Mayor Brandon Scott, and Police Commissioner Michael Harrison will be together today for that rollout. We're going to be there and keep you updated on the very latest. But for now, we're live in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart. Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Experts say this dashboard may be a step towards transparency for an office that has been anything but open with Fox 45. We have been investigating the Safe Streets program, Baltimore's gun violence intervention program, for more than a month. You can find all of our previous reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
No more questions for Alec Murdaugh's defense team. Still to come, how a defense witness disputed testimony from state witnesses.
One weather maker down, still one more to go this week. From on air to online, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists will let you know what to look out for as the next one approaches. 8:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody, on your Tuesday morning. It is 8:38, kind of been gray for most of the morning, also kind of misty out there as well. While we're not seeing the actual rain, there's just all that leftover moisture. This happens typically when we see these showers and when these storms come through. And we are on the southern end of that winter storm that is hitting upstate New York and the Northeast right now. So here's a look at your jogging cast. Out for a run or a jog, probably at least a light jacket on with numbers in the 40s over the next couple of hours. Should top out, though, in the mid to upper 50s. So even though we're gray now, we do expect to see more of that sun a little bit later today with breezy conditions, and the sun will be up until 5:58. We're almost to the 6 o'clock sunset. That's those times that are getting a little bit longer for the daylight as we get closer to the spring equinox. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. And in your live center right now, happening today, take you to the Supreme Court, where you see down here a lot of people. Dozens have already gathered now this morning. Somebody speaking in front of this banner here, and it's all because the Supreme Court is hearing arguments on the country's student loan forgiveness program. And so from the live look at this Supreme Court, they've been gathering. I mean, there's water and food over here, speakers here, a lot of cheering, people coming and going. But the nation's highest court will decide if millions of student loan borrowers will see up to $20,000 of their debt canceled. The court is hearing two challenges to the plan today. For one, 6 Republican-led states say that they would be harmed financially if the program goes into effect. The other involves a lawsuit filed by 2 students. They argue the president has overstepped his authority and say that the $400 billion cost over the next 3 decades is just too high. On the other side, take a look at this. Supporters of the president's student debt relief plan gathering outside that Supreme Court last night. Their hope the justices will let the plan move forward, wiping out or reducing the debts for millions. A decision from the court is not expected until the end of the term, maybe even some late June or early July. How and when the justices rule, though, will also determine when payments on federal student loans will continue after the pandemic-related pause nearly 3 years ago. Biden administration has said that payments will resume 60 days after litigation over the forgiveness program, or it's resolved, or at the end of August, whichever comes first. We'll, of course, keep you posted.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Maryland Auto Show.
It is 8:41 and happening now is your cue to call to win tickets to the Maryland Auto Show. It's happening March 10th through the 12th at the Baltimore Convention Center. All you have to do is call that number right there on your screen, and caller number 1 will win 4 tickets to one day of the show. Again, the number right there on your screen, 410-481-4545. If you don't win this week, no worries, because you're going to get tickets and learn more at MarylandAutoShow.com. TikTok is officially banned from federal devices. Still to come this morning, why the popular video sharing app is being removed in more countries than one. And we are following some breaking news of a deadly fire in Dundalk this morning. Still to come, Shannon Lilly live from the scene with the latest information on the victims. It is 8:42 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
Well, making your headlines this morning, the White House is giving government agencies 30 days to delete TikTok from all federal devices and systems. The popular video sharing app is owned by Chinese company ByteDance, I should say. The FBI has raised concerns for months now that China could use it to collect user data for espionage operations. Congress voted to ban the app on federal government devices in December, the White House issuing the removal deadline just yesterday. Just hours ago, China spoke out on the U.S. banning TikTok on government devices. In fact, they say it reveals Washington's own insecurities and abuse of state power by suppressing other countries' companies.
Canada is taking similar actions, banning TikTok from all government-issued electronic devices. Officials from both countries worry the Chinese government could use the app to collect the personal information of TikTok users. A spokesperson for TikTok responding to the measure saying in part, quote, "We are always available to meet with our government officials to discuss how we protect the privacy and security of Canadians, but singling out TikTok in this way does nothing to achieve that shared goal."
Well, you'll remember when Governor Larry Hogan was still in office, he banned the use of TikTok on state government devices as well. Emergency directive from Hogan banning multiple Chinese and Russian platforms such as Alibaba, the Chinese equivalent of Amazon, plus social media apps like TikTok and WeChat.
Well, make sure you download the FOX45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
8:46 is the time right now. Cloudy, blah, but it looks like it's going to get sunny and nicer.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the up and down.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. Good morning. Temps above average later today. It's going to take a while for that sun to come, but we will see it, and we'll see a little bit more wind, too. We're going to see that wind pick up already in areas in western Maryland. We have wind advisories out there for parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties, so just be aware of that. And yeah, we've been kind of stuck under this cloud deck for most of the morning. Definitely an IFR morning for pilots out there. We've even seen some low IFR. Overall, may get to MVFR, but hopefully some VFR by the afternoon, which is visual flight rules when these clouds move on out of here. So 41, your temperature right now in Baltimore. This number is pretty much held steady through most of the morning so far. Notice on our HD radar, you might step outside and get wet, but you're not seeing that on your radar, either on your app or right here on the screen, because it's just kind of the mist. But folks there in New York and to the north, Boston, Montreal, Canada, I mean, we're seeing a lot of that snow there in the Northeast. First kind of actual snowstorm that part of the country has seen, while the West Coast continues to get pummeled with snow. No snow in your forecast for golfers here, but it is going to be a little bit wet out there and squishy from some of that rain. Hopefully by this afternoon, we'll get some more sunshine, maybe get a quick 9 in later today. It is going to be at least a 2-club wind, though, as you get later into the afternoon, mainly from the north and the northwest. Upper 50s and even close to 60 in Laurel, down toward D.C. later this afternoon, with upper 50s in Baltimore, 56 Cockeysville, mid-50s for you in Westminster, now toward Bel Air and Harford County. Look at the 70s expected in Richmond this afternoon, so that's what we'll definitely see in that warmer air. And then you go north, barely 40 in New York and 46 in Philly this afternoon. Here's a look at our temperature tracker. So numbers do stay above average. We get a little spike back up into the 60s on Thursday, not those record-setting numbers we had last week. Numbers drop back down into the 50s for Friday and Saturday. And then as we take you through your future scan, we are seeing some of those clouds lingering through the morning, but by the time we get toward the later part of the afternoon, expect to see more sunshine. Nice ridge of high pressure slides in here, and we'll see a nicer day for your Wednesday. Thursday, late Wednesday night, Thursday morning, a few showers are going to kind of roll through, but Thursday is going to be mainly dry, and that's going to be the warm day. Oh, by the way, Megan and Tom and everybody, shout out to our executive producer, Erin Miller. It's her birthday.
Woo! Happy birthday,
Hey,
Miller!
Happy birthday!
Now, folks at home, you know her as the Vibin' Girl.
That's
who
right.
sometimes vibes right across the weather screen.
Yeah.
In the little green thing. So do we have that somewhere? Can we pull that up?
We'll find
anyway, Aaron, shout out to you. Hopefully you enjoyed the black bottom cupcakes that the wife made. Upper 50s today and tomorrow. Upper 60s Thursday. Then back to the lower 50s on Friday. Again, our next chance for rain, guys, is going to come on Friday. And that will be another rainy day. Time to take a look at a view through your window from Antonio. Sent us this beautiful picture of the sunset. You can see the birds flapping around in the breeze. Tom and I don't like seeing those birds when we're flying. Unless we see that bald eagle like we saw yesterday, Tom. That was pretty cool. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, Justin, thank you. Coming up on 8:50, and Alec Murdaugh's trial continues as he tries to convince jurors he did not murder his wife and son. Closing arguments are expected tomorrow.
Yeah, this is riveting the nation and beyond. Joining us live from the Murdaugh trial is Ann Emberson, and she's a reporter from our Sinclair sister station in Charleston, South Carolina. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning.
Now, Ann, Alec Murdaugh's defense team rested their case just yesterday after calling 14 witnesses to convince jurors that he did not murder his wife and son. Did they achieve that, do you think?
Well, it's a great question, and that's what we're going to have to really wait to see. But we do know that he was on that stand for close to 14 hours, both from the defense kind of leading him through what happened, and a lot of tears, a lot of emotion from Alec Murdaugh about what was happening during that period. One of the most bombshell moments of the entire 6 weeks that we've been here is when he stood up and said, I lied about that kennel video. And I don't know if y'all have gotten a chance to see it, but it basically was this, in a lot of ways, a smoking gun. I mean, it was the few minutes before we know that these murders, or the state tells us that the murders actually happened. It was within like 3 or 4 minutes when you hear him on the video, and he finally admitted to lying to it.
You know, we're hearing the prosecution said that they're going to plan to seek testimony from 4 or even 5 rebuttal witnesses today. What do we know about that? Who are we going to hear from?
Well, they definitely are going to have one of their crime scene experts. That's what we've been told, that the state's going to bring back one of their top crime scene experts to take us through what happened, because we've heard from the defense very different theories about what could have happened, including a 2-shooter theory that we heard yesterday. So they're going to be bringing back Dr. Ken Kinsey, who is just from up the road. He's very much of a local guy. He has a great relationship already with this jury. So I think that he's going to be a very strong state witness to come back and on the rebuttal here.
And the other thing is, Murdaugh's lawyers, their attorneys, they're asking for the jurors to actually take a trip to the family's land, though. Why would the defense lawyers want the jurors to be at the scene of the crime?
Well, they really want them to walk this space, because what they are trying to show the jury is how far away in the lodges to the kennels and the feed room. And I think spatially they're trying to give this jury the opportunity to imagine what it would have been like for the defendant to come upon the scene late at night, whether or not that would have been any way that he could have heard up at the house what was happening down at the kennels. But of course, now we know he was at the kennels within about 3 minutes. So it's a really tricky situation, but they want to do it, and the judge granted it.
All right. And a trial that's riveting the nation. We appreciate your time in talking with us this morning.
Absolutely. I hope you guys can catch the podcast. It's Unsolved South Carolina, the Murdaugh Murders, Money and Mystery. I'm giving a great recap every single night.
Awesome.
Sounds good. Thank you, Ann.
Amazon expanding its same-day delivery service after the break. Why the need for speed is going to be key.
Oh, and baseball season, it's here. Well, almost here in Baltimore. It's here in Florida, right? Still to come, how the Orioles are holding up this spring training season. And it's the Grapefruit League down there, but it's a little bit different right now.
Yeah, not quite the same.
No.
For us, it's just a cup of coffee.
That's right. It's time for a coffee break. We'll put some grapefruit in there, right?
Yeah. It is 8:56. Topping your morning business report, Pfizer could be getting bigger. The Wall Street Journal says Pfizer is in talks to buy Seattle Genetics Seagen. It's a biotech company with promising cancer treatments. The talks are at an early stage, and there's no guarantee that there's going to be a deal. But a potential deal could be worth more than $30 billion. Twitter has reportedly laid off more employees. That tech giant reportedly firing dozens of workers over the weekend as part of a continued cost-cutting measure. This marks at least the 8th round of job cuts since Elon Musk took over the social network in late October. Dead car batteries never happen at a convenient time, and roadside assistance can be slow and expensive. Nick Calderon is here with a 10-in-1 tool that will get you moving. Here's today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
Not today, man. Dead car batteries. Every single time you're trying to get out of the house on time, be someplace, it happens. That click, click, click. Or you're on the side of the road on a gray, cold, dark day like today. It's never fun, but I have the answer for you. It's called the Jump Smart, and it can get you back on the road quickly. Watch this. Plug the 2 alligator clips in right here. Red clamp to red on the battery. Black to black. I get a beep and a green light, and now I can start my car back up. Just like that. I don't have to wait for roadside assistance or anybody else to come and help me out. I keep a Jump Smart in every family member's car. My daughters have one, my wife has one, and I know I have peace of mind, and so do they. It's also a 10-in-1 tool. It's got a compass, a thermometer, it's a flashlight and a strobe light, many other tools as well. And my favorite part, you can charge your cell phone with the 2 included USB ports on the back. If you lose power in a storm or something, just plug your phone in and you can stay connected with family and friends. Speaking of them, put one in every family member's car. 25% off right now at asadeals.com.
Two killed in a fire here in Dundalk and one still unaccounted for. Coming up, what witnesses tell me they heard before this house went up in flames.
The fate of a Baltimore charter school up in the air. Why the Baltimore City School Board has yet to make a decision.
Well, we're still seeing cloud cover out there. Eventually, we're going to see more sun, and the wind is going to pick up as well. We'll talk about it in my full forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
9 o'clock on this Tuesday morning, and it is not the best when you step outside, but it's going to get better. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Taco Tuesday, that's always like the silver lining there, maybe?
Is it going to be a good day?
Yeah, by the time you eat tacos, if it's like 4 or 5 o'clock hour when you're doing some tequila shots and enjoying, like some happy hour
Tuesday.
Or whatever. I mean, if you want to just do it with the family and no tequila, fine. That's good. Our Towson camera right now, definitely this is what it's been looking like for most of the morning, kind of misty out there, but we do expect some more sun and the wind to pick up as we get later into the afternoon. So you can see our right now temperature statewide. We're actually at 49 in Cumberland, 41 in Oakland. Most of us here with all of this cloud cover in the 30s and 40s, but notice we've flipped up to 46 in Salisbury, so that's where some of those clouds are starting to move out of here. And that's what's going to happen over the next few hours. It's just going to take a while. On your out and about cast, those numbers steadily rising into the 50s through midday and on our way to the upper 50s for the afternoon. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And there's a lot of issues out there right now on the roadways around the Baltimore region. As you can see right there, traffic on the outer loop is slow. Crash on the outer loop has now been cleared in the top right there. But we do have some in Savage, southbound 95. That is backed up, and we're talking miles and miles, all the way past Elkridge there. There's a 3-vehicle accident there. They have it over to the right shoulder right now, according to the cameras. But then the other slowdowns in the area are mainly because of the volume you see on the bottom left there in Hartford Road there. It's still moving on the outer loop, but it is slow go because that was spanning both sides of the highway, that accident earlier.
We've got some breaking news here this morning. Baltimore County Fire and police are searching for a missing person following a deadly fire.
Now, we do know 2 people died in that fire in Dundalk. Shannon Lilly is live from the scene. She has the latest. Shannon?
And right now we are learning that that person that they're searching for, Megan and Tom, they are still looking for this unaccounted person. And I am hearing from witnesses a little bit more about what happened before this home you see right there went up in flames. They tell me that they heard yelling and banging before coming out and seeing heavy smoke and flames coming out the first floor of this home. And you can see there that you can see straight through this home. The damage speaks for itself. And if we pan up to the second floor, you can see how those windows are busted out. And we are learning that one of the people that was inside this home, a man, had to jump from the window to make it out safely. Unfortunately, he did make it out safely. But one person who was in this home is unaccounted for. 2 others died. So 4 people in this home. And 2 of them did pass away, unfortunately. Now, at this point, we are learning that the fire is under control, and firefighters still out here on the scene right now. The fire marshal is investigating. And the good news, though, no injuries in this fire. But, of course, we are going to stay out here. We're speaking with witnesses. We're learning more about this fire, and we'll continue to bring it to you as we get that in just the next 30 minutes. Guys, back to you.
All right, Shannon, a sad scene. Thank you. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom today, the Baltimore City School Board is set to decide the fate of the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys. The school is at risk of losing its charter over what the school calls technicalities. City School CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises is recommending the school stay open, saying it has improved. Despite that, the board could not reach a decision during a meeting last week. Fox 45 News will bring you the board's decision both on air and online. Councilman Robert Stokes also announcing the council will hold an oversight hearing on Baltimore City Public Schools following a Project Baltimore report showing 23 city schools where 0 students of those tested are proficient in math. It will take place on April 6th. That is 2 months after news of the report broke. We know the council has acted quicker than that on other issues. Last year, the council took just 3 weeks to pass a bill lowering the amount of time that city leaders need to spend in the office to receive a pension. It was in response to voters approving term limits on the November ballot. Mayor Brandon Scott vetoed the bill.
9:04 now, and turning to your session 2023 coverage today, Maryland's General Assembly will be hearing a bill aimed at preventing repeat offenders from getting plea deals.
Taylor Stewart joining us with more on the bill backed by Republicans.
This Republican-backed bill aims at stopping courts from striking plea deals with folks who've already been convicted of a violent offense. Fox 45 has been covering plea deals for a while now, and one of the cases that brought it to our purview was that of Luther Trent. Now, he admitted to setting his girlfriend's home on fire with her 2 roommates inside. He spent less than 6 months behind bars after striking a plea deal with former City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby's office. Take a listen to what he told us just a month ago.
I disrupted somebody's life. I traumatized somebody. For real. I was expecting.
A federal judge eventually tossing that sentence out, and Luther Trent is behind bars for those 3 attempted murders due to the fire. Now, a Maryland Public Policy Institute looked at 110 different homicide suspects. In 80% of those cases, they had already been convicted of a violent crime. The argument here is they should have been behind bars, and those crimes would not have been committed. Republicans in the State House agree. They are trying to push this measure forward. It will take some Democrat support to pass, but we're going to keep our eyes on it and keep you updated. I'm Taylor Stewart in Federal Hill. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Taylor, thank you. If you want to contact your area lawmakers about crime, education, or any other issues, you can put your phone's camera at the QR code right there on your screen, and that's going to take you to our website where we've listed official email and phone numbers of your state senators and delegates. Well, some are wondering if a woman's reproductive freedom can be an inalienable right protected by the state constitution. That's up for debate as several bills are making their way through the General Assembly. Earlier this morning on today's State House Spotlight, Patrice Sanders spoke with Republican State Senator Justin Reedy and Democratic State Senator Ariana Kelly regarding the 4 different bills providing protections to women and to providers in various ways. We'll try to get their statements for you just in a moment here. The bill still needs to pass both the House and the Senate, we know. From there, to become a constitutional amendment, it will need to pass a referendum of Maryland voters in the 2024 general election. New this morning, the City Council approved a bill giving $9 million to improve the Edmondson Village Shopping Center. That bill, fast-tracked to a final vote, now goes to the mayor. It follows the deadly mass shooting in January that claimed the life of 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey. FOX45 News cameras saw open-air drug dealing there in the past. We asked Councilman Christopher Burnett, who sponsored the bill, about how the city will ensure the money is used properly. He says there will be audits.
9:06 now, and Councilman Zeke Cohen, along with council members James Torrance and Odette Ramos, they're introducing a new bill to protect renters in Baltimore City, and it would require the Department of Housing to identify apartment buildings in Baltimore with the biggest problems, like rats or broken elevators, and they would require them to be subject to building inspections twice a year and then hold the landlords accountable.
Let me be clear. This is not an anti-landlord bill. This is an anti-slumlord bill. The vast majority of property owners in Baltimore operate responsibly.
Now, the bill still has a while before it comes to a vote. A committee will work through it first.
Minimum wage workers might get an hourly raise to $15 this year if the governor's legislation passes in the General Assembly. In 2019, the General Assembly passed a bill to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour starting in 2025. Then Governor Larry Hogan vetoed the bill, which the General Assembly overrode. This is one of the governor's legislative priorities. His proposed budget includes $413 million to pay state contractors if the wage increase goes into effect this year. Well, today's number of the day is about your investment portfolio. A recent Scott Rasmussen survey polled a number of Americans with over $100,000 in current investments, and 69% of those polled say that they would prefer the safe, low-return investments to the risky, high-return ones. Happening today, the Supreme Court will hear arguments in a case looking at the constitutionality of President Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness plan.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell is live from our Washington, D.C. bureau with what we can expect. And Christine, dozens and dozens are now gathering right now in front of the Supreme Court for this.
Yeah, that's right, Megan and Tom. This has been a roller coaster for borrowers, as many as 40 million of them who were told they could get as much as $20,000 of their student debt forgiven. As you said, passions are running high. We've got these protesters outside of the Supreme Court right now. They've actually been coming here for the last few days. When President Biden announced the plan, it was immediately challenged and has sort of bounced back and forth in the courts. Here's what the White House says. They can do this because of a law that passed after 9/11 called the HEROES Act, to ensure that federal student loan borrowers wouldn't get hammered economically as a result of a national emergency, disaster, or war, in this case, the pandemic. Well, 6 Republican-led states have said not only does this exceed the president's authority, but it's too expensive, with estimates it could cost $400 billion. Those states, though, they'll have to make the case that they would suffer harm here. They say they would lose millions of dollars in loan processing fees and other money that would have come in had the loans not been forgiven. This is a court, though, remember, with a conservative 6-3 majority. A broad ruling here could impact not just the borrowers, but it could have far-reaching implications for any executive actions, which means just about anything the White House puts forth could be toppled by states who decide to sue.
Interesting. We'll see how this plays out today. Christine, I know there's also a hearing tonight expected to be closely watched from a brand new committee looking at the U.S. relationship with China. What are we expecting? What are they expected to do?
So today is the last day of February. It was just at the beginning of this month the suspected Chinese spy balloon was first detected in U.S. airspace. Between that, economic and technology concerns this country has had for years about China, and a more recent threat of China considering giving Russia military aid for its war in Ukraine, there is going to be a lot to discuss. So we'll hear from witnesses, including former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster. The House Select Committee on China was a promise that Republicans made when they got in the majority, but it is bipartisan. 13 Republicans and 11 Democrats, some of whom have already made headway on pushing for a ban of TikTok. So we'll be watching to see what else they focus on during this primetime hearing.
All right, we'll be watching. Sinclair National Correspondent Christine Frizzell, thank you. Breezy but sunny afternoon, that's ahead.
Let's get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got to look at our forecast here, clearing up a little behind you.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. And, standing in front of the shot where it's zoomed into Oriole Park at Camden Yards. And at the end of March, which March begins tomorrow, the end of March, the O's are going to be on the road starting their season. April 6th, which is 37 days from right now, we get baseball there, opening day. And hopefully it'll be a nice, warm, and sunny day. We know it's been cloudy this morning. You can actually see where some of the colder areas and where all the cloud cover is with the temperature map. 30s in Scranton and New York City, 39 in Philly, 40s for us here in Baltimore, but just a little further to the south, down in Richmond and Norfolk, we're in the 40s and 50s. So we will see some of that warmer air as we head toward the afternoon. 40s and 50s if you're out and about for your jog or your run in the next couple of hours. We're back with that full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. A sinkhole along North Avenue in Baltimore ruined several homes last summer, resulting in severe destruction. And our next half hour, why city leaders are now coming forward with the latest reports.
Oh, plus the public safety accountability dashboard expected to launch later today. How this will affect the public safety metrics across the city. Time now, 9:12. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. (9:15), the Baltimore-based group, the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, or PEACE, launched a listening tour to hear what Baltimore citizens want most from their elected leaders. The group's spokesperson, Yuripsi Morgan, is joining us this morning with the response and the feedback, and then what this means. Thank you so much for joining us. You were announced as a spokesperson just a couple of months ago.
Yes.
And since then, you've been basically going around and doing a lot of listening.
Yes, I think that's one of the most important aspects of this is listening to the community and what they want. We actually held our first town hall just last week, actually, and one of the things that struck me was how some of the things that people are dealing with. They're just such simple things, Tom. Like, people want stoplights. They want speed bumps in their neighborhoods, and they're getting nowhere with their elected officials. They're getting nowhere with DPW, with their county councilmen, and these are just basic things that everyone should have.
So are you hearing the same things, though, over and over again from any area that you go in the city, or is it a little bit different for each neighborhood?
I'd say it's a little bit of both. So it seems like every neighborhood has maybe they're kind of a particular issue that they're really focused on, but really it goes back to the issue of accountability. When you call DPW or you call your council person and you ask for things like a park or a bench
like a bus stop?
Yes, those sorts of things. When you don't get a call back, when you don't get a response, when you don't get anything, even an acknowledgement, that's a lack of accountability. And that is what we're seeing throughout the entire city.
So they're frustrated because they don't even know if anybody actually did hear it or read what their concern was to take it. That simple, basic thing. We used to be able to go down to City Hall and you'd actually be able to speak with your delegate. You'd be able to see with your council member, city council. Can they still do that, or is that also an issue?
Oh, it is definitely an issue because people are not being heard. And this is where Peace, I think, is a little bit different than a lot of the organizations that we see in the city. So what we want to do is take that lack of accountability and create something, some mechanism, whether it's a recall, right? If you have elected officials who are just not picking up the phone or ignoring community members, then you know what? Community members should have the ability to say, if you're not going to listen to us, then maybe you shouldn't be in office. You know, that's the kind of ability that we're talking about, and that's what Peace can bring.
Being just one person's concern or a group, a community together, what if they missed the town hall or they weren't able to go to one of these listening sessions? How do they get in contact with you then?
Well, so we have a Facebook page. It's Peace Baltimore. That's how people are, we're getting a lot of interest. People want to know, what are you doing next? Where are you going to be? So that's where we're going to be posting our town hall schedule. And also where people can come in and tell us, what is really going on in your neighborhood? And like I said, it's really the lack of accountability. So for example, can you imagine if we were to make a requirement that all city council, all elected officials in Baltimore City were required to produce their tax returns? Now, that would enable us to see whether or not there were any kind of financial dealings going on that might affect how they do their job or how they choose not to do their job.
Forced transparency basically is what the citizens really want now because they haven't been getting it for years. And hopefully Peace is going to be able to give them a little peace of mind, spelled differently, but be able to do this here a little bit too, right?
Absolutely. Look, it's all about accountability. It's all about rooting out corruption. This is a city that is destined for Baltimore residents, and we have to bring that back to them.
Ripsy Morgan with Peace. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And thank you for the update. We'll continue these updates throughout here, coming back and just checking in, making sure that there's some action being taken by city leaders.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. A health alert right now this morning.
That's right. We've got a drastic change in weather that could take a toll on your health. Experts say big weather swings can cause infections. They can trigger allergies or make other medical problems worse. Temperature changes can also take a toll on the heart. Doctors say that heart disease or heart heat rather can lead to stress on your body, and stress hormones can put pressure on your heart. Not great when we're dealing with roller coaster temperatures. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with what's next for us.
I like how Tom put it earlier, Meg. It's kind of last week was like the adult roller coaster, like the really big, fun, crazy one at Hershey Park. And then this week it's like more of a mild, like, teenagers, not the little kids, but still not the adults. So that's kind of what we're looking at with our numbers. And yeah, I know right now it doesn't look very exciting out there. We have a lot of cloud cover. We have mist. We've got kind of the wet conditions that have been on the roads for most of the morning. This is my least favorite kind of weather, like either rain or snow or be sunny. That's just it. I don't like this kind of literally gray area. But our HD radar is not picking up any of that rain. One of the reasons I don't like it. But we are seeing the snow to the north of us. So if you do want snow, head north on 95 or up there in the Jersey Turnpike, all the way up through New York City, up toward Boston. Yeah, you're going to get plenty of snow up there. In fact, New York actually got its first actual measurable snowfall from the storm last night through this morning. 46, your temp next hour in Reisterstown. By the time we get toward about 2, 3 o'clock, we'll see those numbers slide to the mid to upper 50s. We are expecting a little bit more sunshine later today. It's just going to be kind of that second half of the day. So we're going to stay cloudy through probably midday. I'd say about 1, 2 o'clock. Eventually those clouds will start rolling out of here and temperatures that will eventually climb. Mid to upper 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. As I mentioned, 53 there, the Hereford zone, 56 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Numbers here in Hartford and Cecil counties will be in the low to mid 50s for you. Bel Air and Aberdeen up into rising sun, even Elkton at 53 today. Now, on your outdoors cast, I know it's not the best outside right now, but Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I'm going to put 3 green lights there because our temps stay mild. Tomorrow looks good. Thursday looks warm, and that's what we're talking about with that roller coaster. So here's our future scan. Noon, still keeping the cloud cover here, but that system is going to push out nice ridge of high pressure from the west. That's coming in to dry us out. We'll be colder tonight with clear skies, but tomorrow looks really good. Maybe some breezes out of the south in the afternoon. And then late Wednesday night into Thursday, we have a weak system coming through. That's going to drop a few showers in the overnight hours. Should not impact us because by Thursday afternoon, that's when we warm up and dry out. And then our next weather maker brings more rain Friday morning into Friday afternoon and evening. So that's going to be the rainy day to end the week. Jamie N says Penny Pingleton does not like the rain. So Jamie has Penny inside for today on your pet pics. If you'd like to get your pet pics on TV, I'd love to put them on no matter what they are. Dog, cat, ferret, if you got a python, if you got a fish, bird, we do it all. We don't, we put all the pets on TV. JC Chambers, FOX Baltimore.com. 51 Friday, back to the 50s into Saturday and Sunday, but we're dry for the first weekend of March.
Very nice. All right, Justin, check this out. Talking about pets. How about that? Linda sending in this gorgeous photo of a bald eagle as she enjoys a spring-like sunny afternoon outside. But here's the deal. Little does some know from this photo here, prior to taking this picture, that bald eagle flew through her gazebo there. Fortunately, the bird was not injured and was then let back outside before minutes later it just majestically took off. Linda, thanks for sending in that photo there and sharing the story with us. Pretty unique opportunity to see that bird there. Make sure you scan the QR code on your screen there. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos, and it's all powered by Stackla. After wrapping up a perfect Big Ten regular season at home, Maryland's back with a national ranking and is getting hot at the right time. What's at stake for the Terps with the regular season winding down?
It has officially happened. The popular app TikTok has been banned from all federal devices. Coming up after the break, the effect of this ban and how it will impact all across the country. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 9:26, making headlines this morning. The White House is giving government agencies 30 days to delete TikTok from federal devices and systems. The popular video sharing app is owned by Chinese company ByteDance. The FBI raising concerns that China could use it to collect user data for espionage operations. Congress voted to ban the app on federal government devices back in December. The White House issued the removal deadline yesterday. Well, just hours ago, China spoke out on the U.S. banning TikTok on government devices. They say it reveals Washington's own insecurities and abuse of state power by suppressing other countries' companies.
Canada is taking similar actions, banning TikTok from all government-issued electronic devices. Now, officials from both countries worry the Chinese government could be using the app to collect the personal information of TikTok users. A spokesperson for TikTok, though, responded to this measure, saying in part, quote, "We are always available to meet with our government officials to discuss how we protect the privacy and security of Canadians, but singling out TikTok in this way does nothing to achieve that shared goal."
You'll remember that when Governor Larry Hogan was still in office, he banned the use of TikTok on state government devices as well. The emergency directive from Hogan banned multiple Chinese and Russian platforms such as Alibaba, the Chinese equivalent of Amazon, plus social media apps like TikTok and WeChat. An important issue that you voted for, but some are saying Mayor Scott is ignoring. Still ahead, the delay that he's now asking for.
The search for a missing person continues following this deadly fire in Dundalk. Coming up, what witnesses say they heard before this home went up in flames. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Tuesday, February 28th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. The last day of the month. We're moving into a new one, and you're thinking, all right, let's go. New month, it's going to change. Temperature-wise, not really.
Not really, but we're lucky. It's March, St. Patrick's Day. It feels better.
Yeah, we're talking 18 days till St. Patty's Day.
Man. meteorologist Justin Chambers to see if we're getting lucky with the forecast.
Right around the corner, guys. Yeah, and, you know, February ending with an above-average trend, and we're going to keep that going. Even though it's kind of cool and cloudy right now, we will see those numbers rise as we head later into the afternoon. Looking out the Charm City tank shot there, 395 on the right side of your screen. And overall, we're still hanging on to some of the cooler temperatures. Notice it's already 51 in Cumberland, but 47 in Richmond and 54 in Norfolk, even 63 in Roanoke. So there's definitely warm air that is there, and that will be moving through as we get later into the afternoon. So out for a run or jog next couple of hours, 40s and 50s. We'll be into the upper 50s this afternoon and tomorrow with more sunshine. Thursday looks a little bit wet, at least in the morning time, but we'll see numbers get to the 60s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Breaking news this morning, Baltimore County Fire and Police, they're searching for a missing person following a deadly fire.
We do know 2 people died in that fire in Dundalk. Shannon Lilly is live from the scene with the very latest. Shannon.
And it's still a very active scene, Megan, as firefighters continue their search for this missing person. In fact, you can see just how many of them are gathered outside of this home that is just severely damaged by this fire that happened earlier this morning. Now, Baltimore County Fire tells us 4 people were inside this home when it went up in flames. 2 were killed and 1 person made it out by jumping out the window. Now, we don't know which window it was, but you can see just how charred these windows are. I can see straight through them. And we're told that that person who did make it out by jumping out the window, he has non-life-threatening injuries, so he is expected to be okay. But we're told that the largest amount of smoke was coming out of the first floor of the home there. And we did speak with witnesses who tell us they heard banging early this morning and yelling, then came out to see the flames. In fact, let's take a listen to what one neighbor told us just a few minutes ago.
Well, I don't feel safe anywhere anymore, you know, and I barricade my doors and all at night because I don't know, I don't feel safe even going up the road the way things are today.
And again, just for some perspective, this is all happening right here along Kavanaugh and Oxley Road. This is in the Dundalk area and just a residential area with townhomes here. There's a lot of families that are outside gathering, taking this all in as the scene has been active for quite some time. At this time, though, there is still no word on what caused the fire, but that investigation is ongoing. And as soon as we get that information, we'll bring it to you. Again, the search for a missing person is still on here this morning as well. 2 people are dead and 1 person is okay. Reporting live in Dundalk, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Continuing coverage this morning, the city is responding after a Fox 45 investigation reveals they might not have been entirely honest when it comes to last summer's sinkhole along North Avenue in Baltimore.
That sinkhole destroyed several homes, but now the city is refusing to pay for the damage, leaving families without any answers.
Baltimore City says it inspected the storm drain that led to that sinkhole, but new documents tell a different story. In fact, take a look at this. DPW sent us this statement in October claiming, quote, this year an earlier internal review of North Avenue drain did not indicate items of concern. But when we pressed for evidence that the inspection actually happened, we got no response. Only after formally filing a Maryland Public Information Act was it revealed the latest inspection was actually done 23 years ago.
Well, last night, we got a new statement from the city. They say in part, quote, Baltimore City has 1,100 miles of storm drains and complete internal inspection was completed in 2000. The city is currently implementing another comprehensive inspection of the storm drain system and establishing a risk model to rank needed upgrades, improvements for DPW's capital improvements program.
After a Fox investigation, we found, according to the Maryland Department of Environment, the city is required to conduct preventative maintenance inspections on all city storm drains at least once every 3 years. But our findings claim this hasn't happened in nearly 23 years. Now, happening today in city in crisis, Mayor Brandon Scott set to announce the launch of the Public Safety Accountability Dashboard. Now, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, says that this will represent public safety metrics all across Baltimore. Taylor Stewart is joining us this morning with a push for clarity. Taylor.
MONSE announced the rollout of this dashboard back in December, and so today it's finally going to launch. Now, we do know that cities of similar size have dashboards of this kind. It's intended to show us metrics on where crimes are occurring and how police are responding. It also will give us a better idea if the mayor's strategies on preventing crime here in Baltimore are actually working.
I think that in a community where people live, people want to know how safe this community is. And I think, ironically, the people who will use it may not necessarily be city residents. It may be a situation where people use it who are real estate agents and other groups that are saying, hey, this is a good community to move into.
That was political analyst John Deedy. And we do know today at that meeting at 3 o'clock, we'll see Monty Director Shante Jackson, Mayor Brendan Scott, as well as the police commissioner. They're going to be part of this rollout, and we're going to keep our eyes on it as it comes out and make it available for you at foxbaltimore.com. We're in Federal Hill. I'm Taylor Stewart. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, elsewhere in a city in crisis, 3 months after voters overwhelmingly approve a measure giving Baltimore full control of the city police department, Baltimore still does not have that control.
For more than a century, the state has controlled the city police department, an issue which the mayor has long promised to change. But even though the voters have spoken, the mayor appears to be in no rush to implement it. At a hearing earlier this month, the mayor announced that it could be late this year before the control is finally implemented. At a city council meeting last night, council members gave unanimous approval to a resolution calling on the state to transfer control sooner rather than later.
We want to make sure that happens in June of 2023, not December 2023 and not 2024. Again, the voters have spoken. We need to make that happen June.
There are currently 2 bills in Annapolis calling for the transfer of control. One calls for it to happen on June 1st. The other calls for it to happen in October of next year. A federal judge sets a date for Marilyn Mosby's trial. Jury selection is set to start on October 31st. The trial itself will begin November 2nd. The former city state's attorney faces 4 federal charges related to vacation home purchases in Florida, including perjury and making false statements on a loan application. The mayor's race in the Windy City is the talk of the town. Next, another top issue for voters in both Chicago and here in Baltimore.
Oh, and the clouds are moving on. Well, for some of you, over Towson still looks pretty, all right. But just wait, because the sun's expected to pop out a little bit later on today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long the sun will be sticking around. 9:38, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:41. Polls opened at 6 o'clock this morning in Chicago for a mayor's race that has the whole nation's attention this morning. Democratic Mayor Lori Lightfoot is fighting to keep her job, and she's got some competition, including Lightfoot. There are 9 candidates in today's race. If nobody gets 50% of the vote, the top 2 will head to a runoff in April. Right now, that looks like it could be former head of Chicago Public Schools Paul Valles and Cook County Commission member Brandon Johnson, which would make Lightfoot the first incumbent mayor in Chicago to lose an election in more than 3 decades. Arguably, the biggest issue in this race is crime. In 59 days, 70 people have been murdered in Chicago, including 3 over the weekend. And Chicago, not an outlier. The topic of crime has become a major point for races in Los Angeles, New York City, Philadelphia, and San Francisco, where voters last year ousted the city's progressive district attorney over crime. A top issue for voters here in Baltimore, too. We're going to keep you posted as results start coming in from Chicago. That's the latest from our live center.
Well, the rain is gone. But for how long? Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we can expect our next weather maker. And next, rare diseases may not be as uncommon as you think. The diseases you need to know about and the different ways that you can get tested. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. (9:45), and according to the U.S. Federal Drug Administration, a rare brain condition has been linked to a Pfizer vaccine for respiratory syncytial virus.
It was found that 2 people who received the RSV vaccine were later diagnosed with Guillain-Barré syndrome. RSV is a highly contagious virus that causes flu-like illness in people of all ages that increases in severity with age. We're hearing that syndrome leads to muscle weakness and sometimes paralysis as it causes the immune system to attack its own nerves.
Well, it attacks up to 3 out of 100,000 adults aged 60 and older each year. And then, according to the CDC, currently, there are no vaccines approved for immunization against RSV in either children or adults.
Speaking of rare diseases, 1 in 10 Americans are diagnosed with the rare disease. And although that number is small, It is so important for those impacted to receive the correct treatment and the support they need. Today on Rare Disease Day, we are joined by pediatric neurologist from Kennedy Krieger Institute, Dr. Jacqueline Harris, and parent and founder of Cure LBSL, Beth McGinn, to explain. Ladies, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Beth, I want to start with you. As a parent, I can only imagine the struggles that you've gone through to get a diagnosis. How many diagnoses did you get before your family actually found what you were dealing with?
Sure. Well, from the time we first suspected was something wrong with our 3-year-old to our diagnosis, we had 4 different answers. So everything from fallen arches to brain cancer.
Oh my gosh.
After countless doctor's visits and several MRIs, we were finally told she had a leukoencephalopathy, which is a rare genetic brain and spinal cord condition. So it was a very long diagnostic odyssey is what I would call it.
And it's emotional, I know, for the families here. Finally getting a diagnosis, did that bring some reassurance that you maybe understood what was going on a little better?
Sure, yeah. Once you have an answer, you know where to go from there. So you have a place to start. And we were very, very fortunate to find a home at Kennedy Krieger Institute in Baltimore, where we have research underway to hopefully find a cure. So yeah, once you get a diagnosis, you can start working on what's next.
Dr. Harris, I want to bring you into this because I know so many parents who might be in a situation like Beth. I have friends going through this as well. What is your advice to them if they're struggling to find out what's going on, and even after they get the diagnosis, to treat that rare disease, because often there's a lot of unknown answers and questions?
Absolutely. So it's very important to, stay persistent, to continue to advocate for your family member or child to sort of help move along that diagnostic odyssey. Luckily, in the past 10 to 20 years, with the advent of more genetic testing, more people with rare diseases have been able to find a name for what's going on with them and find a community. Also, with the advent of social media and things, these communities are able to come together, even though, again, these are very rare conditions, but people from across the world are able to communicate and get together and advocate for their children collectively.
You brought up a good question there, though. We talk about it being rare, 1 in 10. How often do you think these rare diseases are going undiagnosed because they're not really known about?
Oh, very, very frequently. So, as we know, there are access to care issues all over our nation and all over the world. So lots of people who have a diagnosis that even, is able to be described and known may not know that that is the diagnosis they're dealing with. So we're very lucky in Baltimore to be able to have accesses to Kennedy Krieger and other institutions that can help.
That's for sure. Dr. Harris, Beth, we thank you for your time and appreciate all you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, it is 9:49 here, and after some evening showers yesterday, we're hoping, crossing our fingers, to see some sun today.
That's right. In fact, meteorologist Justin Chambers, just wait, give him a few hours, he says, and he's got the Weather Authority forecast.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. I mean, you look at this shot here, looking down from the top of the Transamerica building out toward the inner harbor with the boats out there, and maybe it looks like it's trying to lighten up a little bit. Then you look at this Towson shot, and you're like, man, those are some low clouds. So we're definitely talking about IFR and even low IFR for pilots here this morning. And golfers, too. It's a little squishy out there on some of the fairways and greens, but as we head toward the middle part of the day, eventually we'll start to see those numbers rise to the mid-50s and eventually on our way to the upper 50s. We are predicting some sun to work in later this afternoon. Most of the models are clearing these clouds out and helping to actually warm us up with more of that sunshine and that more westerly and southwesterly wind. Mid to upper 50s is what we're going for, even though we're still hanging out in the 40s right now. In some areas, D.C. at 62, 72 in Richmond. Down the ocean, we're talking about numbers in the mid-50s for today. So here's a look at your temperature tracker. We'll keep those mid to upper 50s today and tomorrow, back to the upper 60s on Thursday. Then those numbers drop off into the 50s for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Overall, though, still kind of in that above average category. You can actually see through noon, those clouds stay with us, but right about 3, 4, 5 o'clock, all of the models are showing that we'll get rid of that cloud cover and eventually see some sunshine. Might be short-lived because the sun goes to bed just before 6 o'clock. Most of us tomorrow look like we're going to see a pretty nice day on Wednesday. Wednesday night into Thursday, a few light showers coming through, but by Thursday afternoon, we're really starting to warm things up into those above average categories. And then we are tracking more rain as our next weather maker comes in on Friday. So it will be a rainy day to end the week, but kick off the weekend. Good news is is Saturday and Sunday. Even though our temps are in the 50s, we do stay dry for that first weekend of March.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Sports Unlimited. After wrapping up undefeated Big Ten home series, the Terps now ranked number 21 in the country. Maryland dropping ranked Northwestern Sunday. They were 21, not anymore. 75-59, wasn't even close. Now, if Maryland wins out and Purdue loses, in Kevin Willard's first season, Maryland would win a share of the Big Ten title. Remarkable when you think of this transition, as they owe this all to home talent right out of College Park.
You know, going 10-0 in this conference at home is, you know, that's pretty impressive for this group. And I just think it shows you how great of a program this is, how great of a fan base it is. I think the fan base really got behind this group. To be honest, I just sit back every once in a while and just watch, because it's a fun place to play and a fun place to watch a game.
Yeah, you can say that again. Moving on to the Orioles, another great place to play and watch. The team trying to form their rosters, knock off the rust for the new season, and then learn the new rules. Because remember, now we've got that pitch clock that limits pickoff attempts, and also they're trying to figure out the new larger bases. We'll see all that unfold opening day. But the Orioles, with a perfect start to the spring, play over the weekend, getting their first taste of AL East play, hosting Tampa Bay in Sarasota. They ended the game 14-2 is the final. From one flock to the next, the Ravens entering the second week of the franchise tag that's open, right? The window is closing just next Tuesday, March 7th, and expected to step by the Ravens to at least hold Lamar Jackson's right for 2023 to play his sixth season with the Ravens or tag and trade. General Manager Eric DeCosta expected to speak tomorrow at the NFL Scouting Combine, where this once again will be a major line of questioning. Down south, Washington Commanders cut quarterback Carson Wentz. Man, I had a jersey of his when he was an Eagle. The move saves Washington a little more than $26 million in salary cap space. Wentz had 2 years left, but no guaranteed money, so the move was expected. Washington gave up draft picks to land Wentz, who tossed 11 touchdowns, 9 interceptions in 8 games last season. Warmer weather is headed our way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we can expect our next warm-up as we leap into March in his 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time, and yeah, foghorns out in Towson.
60s today and tomorrow, upper 60s Thursday. Numbers back to the 50s for the weekend. We're dry. Notice in the 10-day forecast, we keep those 50s into next week as we get into the brand new month. Looks like March is coming in like a lamb.
Aww.
Not a lion.
Not like a foghorn leghorn.
Wonderful day.
I'll say.
See you tomorrow.
It's a great show.
The dog was
Oh, I know, the dog
was
too.
my favorite
Always,
character.
yeah.
Droopy?
No, the dog, he was like...
Scooby-Doo?
Oh, boy.